So, if we're lucky enough to be in a regional or play deep into a conference tournament, it'd be awesome to have an experienced starting pitcher rolling out there for you.
One other thing, I know this is going to sound a little odd at first when I say given the injuries to the everyday guys, do you still feel like with what you've seen from Jonah and getting Ethan back, able to play a little bit and at least to swing the bat and getting A-Rod back, that the lineup is kind of settling or moving towards settling in the way you want?
Yeah, I think, the fact that Jonah went out there and did it against the left-handed pitching, that was against Fisher and I think a left-handed reliever too, right? Mm-hmm. So that gives you a lot of hope. And, he's certainly competitive and he brings speed to the team, and he sees pitches and he got down a bunt. I mean, it's a short, caption of what the season is. We got to see it over time, and there's going to be adjustments made by the other team too. But at least until we can get Max back, it definitely lengthens the lineup.
All right, appreciate the time. Best.
Thanks, Craig.
All right, Longhorns head coach Jim Schlassel. Keith and I have the first pitch of tonight's contest here in San Marcos, Texas and Texas State, when Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
What's up, baseball fans? Enjoying the game should be easy. Don't overthink it. What to wear? Done. Just toss on your lucky jersey. Don't know what to serve your friends? Easy. Pick up some burgers for the grill and grab some Bud Light for your pregame tailgate. See? It's that easy. Just like Bud Light, which is always brewed with 4 simple ingredients for a clean, crisp taste. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The weather is certainly warming up now. We're going to get to pretty hot temperatures before too much more time passes. So why not take a break from the heat? Take along your family members or friends and visit Inner Space Caverns. If you haven't been to Inner Space Caverns, you need to check out the super exciting Saber-Tooth Zip Ride or Pan for Gemstones. Inner Space Caverns is located right off I-35 in Georgetown at exit 259, and they also feature newly remodeled gift shop and bathrooms. Check them out online, innerspacecavern.com for more details. That's innerspacecavern.com.
KHFI HD2 and K276EL Austin.
Welcome to another Texas baseball game here on Sports Radio AM 1300 The Zone.
Swung on to the ball, hit well, out toward left, back to the warning track. It is gone. It's gone. It's a walk-off.
The Longhorns play here. Texas baseball is coming your way. On the call, it's the voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way.
From Bobcat Ballpark in San Marcos, it's the Texas Longhorns against the Texas State Bobcats. Good evening, everybody. I'm Craig Way alongside Keith Moreland. Cole Dixon, our producer, back in the studio. Longhorns enter tonight's game ranked number 1 in the nation. They are 33-5. Texas State is 19-20 coming into this evening's contest. It's a full house, as you would always expect here at Bobcat Ballpark. They have packed this ballpark that seats around 3,200, and it is completely full tonight. Wind gusting out toward left tonight. The homestanding Bobcats attired in maroon caps with gold interlocking block capital TS on the front of the cap. They have white short-sleeve jersey tops with Bobcats in maroon block print capital lettering outlined in gold across the front with a maroon numeral outlined in gold beneath it and a large maroon numeral outlined in gold on the back of the white jersey tops, white pants, and they have maroon socks and white shoes. Longhorns in the road grays tonight. They have the burnt orange cap with the white block letter T on the front, the gray short-sleeve jersey tops with Texas emblazoned in burnt orange block print capital lettering across the front with a burnt orange numeral beneath it, a large burnt orange numeral gracing the back of the traveling gray jersey tops. They have the gray trousers with the burnt orange stripe down the side. They have burnt orange socks and white shoes. Lineup cards have been exchanged. Umpires going through some final prep. Field has been prepped, and we're going to see Austin Eaton, a right-hander, on the mound, Keith, to start it off for Texas State.
You know, it's interesting. All these midweek games are so interesting in the sense that when you're Texas, you can't really look at who their starter is. It's more or less, can you score some runs early? Because when you get to the end of the ball game, more than likely you're going to see those guys that pitch on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because it's just That's the nature of the beast of having a T on the side of your uniform.
Especially if they have the lead or tied, or if it's really tight.
No doubt. I mean, it's just one of those things. So I really look at the opponent starting pitcher as a place setter. He's trying to go out and keep their team in the game. On the other side for Texas, they're going to go out and they're working. Guys are getting an opportunity. This is a Sonye start that this coaching staff's trying to figure out, all right, where can we plug him in? So it's two different mindsets. It's really interesting because we see it pretty much every week. You're number one in the country. You got a bullseye on your chest. The other team has got every pistol, every weapon they got ready to go.
No doubt about it. Austin Eaton, the right-hander, 2-2 with a 7.25 ERA. And he has appeared in 8 games and has started 7. And so for Austin Eaton, as he goes to the mound tonight, he's actually making his 8th appearance and 7th start of the season is Eaton. He has worked 22 1/3 innings. He's allowed 28 hits, 19 runs, 18 of those earned. He's walked 7 batters, struck out 14, has had only 1 wild pitch. He's hit 3 batters, and he's allowed 9 extra base hits. 6 have been doubles, 3 have been homers. Opposing hitters are batting .301 against this 6'1", 227-pound, 5th-year senior right-hander from Frisco Lone Star up in Collin County, north of Dallas. Began his collegiate career at Navarro College in Corsicana, and that is Austin Eaton. Behind him defensively, Zachary Gingrich is in left field, Samson Pugh in center, and Alan Shibley is in right. Chase Mora at third base, Ryan Farber at shortstop, Dawson Park at second, Coy Defury at first. Austin Mungia is behind the plate, and again on the mound is Austin Eaton. So, as we mentioned, the road team has had the success of late in recent seasons. The Longhorns have won 5 in a row here. Texas State has not beaten Texas here since before the pandemic. 2019, the last time that they won. And then, of course, the Bobcats have won 4 in a row in Austin against the Longhorns. They also beat them, as Keith mentioned, that high-scoring crazy game down at what was then Minute Maid Park and in Houston last year. So they've had a well-played series. Now, the Longhorns have dominated the series overall. They've won 56 of the 73 ball games. They have a 56-17 mark in this. But of late, it has been more competitive. Started to get that way toward the end of our good friend and broadcast colleague Ty Harrington's time. He really built up the program here and has continued once Stephen Trout took over for him 6 years ago.
Yeah, they've done a good job. I mean, this is overall, this is a little bit of an unusual season. I felt like going into the season, just looking at the Sun Belt, at the league that they're in, that they had a really good chance to be at the top in their division. They don't really play divisions, but East and West and that type of thing. It's been an unusual year. I did not see this team being 40 games deep and being a game under 500.
They also had a lot of injury stuff early in the season, getting some guys back a little bit healthy now. And as you point out, very tough league with 3 ranked teams in this week's poll out of the Sun Belt. Coastal Carolina, who's projected right now to be a regional host. And then, in addition, at Southern Mississippi and Troy, also ranked teams. So, tough, outstanding mid-major league for the Bobcats to compete in.
Yeah, I really think it's a 4-bid league. We'll see if that happens, but I think there's 4 bids in this league out there for the taking.
Certainly 3, absolutely, but those 3 we just mentioned, and maybe a 4th as well. All right, we're about ready to get it going, and Ethan Mendoza will lead it off for Texas. Ethan is batting .347, 4 home runs, 27 runs batted in for Mendoza. Ethan, a right-handed hitting sophomore transfer from the Dallas-Fort Worth area out of South Lake Carrollton, transferred in from Arizona State. So we're glad you joined us. A rare midweek road contest for the Longhorns down in Hays County tonight. And then, of course, Texas A&M comes to town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back at the ballpark at UFCU Dish Falk Field. So we're ready to go. Mendoza in from the right side, the right-hander. And the wind up of the first pitch is a fastball from Eaton for a called strike. 93 on the gun on that fastball.
Yeah, he's got some zip on the ball. I mean, it's a 4-seamer. It doesn't have a lot of sink. It's a rotation fastball. In other words, he's spin rate.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, yanked foul past third, where, of course, Nolan Kane, the associate head coach, works that third base coaching box. The student assistant coach, Michael Cantu, in the first base coaching box for Texas.
You don't see many games start and two guys up warming in the bullpen when the starting pitcher
on the first two pitches of the game, right? Here's the 0-2, and Mendoza takes downstairs for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
They're actually going through motion drills, and that makes a little more sense. They are actually not throwing. They're just using their motion and with a weighted ball or some without a ball.
The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Check swing, it's low, and Mendoza is able to get the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 to Ethan. Just underway here, top of the first. Austin Eaton, the right-hander, with a pitch, and that's fouled straight back.
We didn't talk much about one thing. It is blowing out of here, and this ballpark with this breeze plays much smaller and much faster than the dish on ground balls in the infield.
No doubt. Relatively new field turf surface. It will scoot at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on. That's going to be a line shot in right center field, a base hit. Mendoza rounds first. He'll hold there with a leadoff opposite field single after being down on the count 0-2. Works it back even. Fouls off a couple of pitches and drives one to right center.
Yeah, he gets the ball up and out over the plate and does a nice job going with it. Good to get. You can tell he's starting to get his feel back. I thought he had a really good ball game on Sunday. The numbers didn't show that he had a big day offensively, but I thought he had a real good at-bats.
Here's a guy who's had some good at-bats of late, Rylan Galvan. He's batting .336 with 11 homers and 34 runs batted in for Galvan. Rylan, a junior right-handed hitter out of Sinton. Digs in from the right side. The right-hander, Eaton ready, and the first pitch is down and in. Almost caught him in the left leg, but it missed for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Galvan just now will step back into the box. A ball and no strikes the count to Ryland. The stretch from Eaton and the pitch. And that one bends in for a strike. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Fastball off of the plate in, comes back with a breaking ball. And a good one. That was hit the outside corner. Good take.
1 ball and 1 strike to Galvan. Still leading the team in hitting in conference play. He's batting .362 in SEC games. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 6 of Galvan's 11 home runs, 14 of his 34 RBIs have come in conference play. He's also drawn 16 walks in SEC games.
Oh, he's been really good since he's been moved into the second spot of the order. He's been outstanding. His on-base percentage is right at .500.
A ball and 2 strikes to count. Throw over to first. Mendoza steps back. Ethan 6 out of 7 on the base pass. The Longhorns have stolen 42 bases in 59 attempts.
And then the other improvement, 32 total walks on the year, only 31 strikeouts. That's a big improvement for a junior hitter.
A ball and 2 strikes to count in the 1-2. Swing and a miss, got him there. So the strikeout is the first for Eaton, and it's out number 1 here on the top of the first.
Well, that's a good bender. That had a real good spin rate. Dropped it in on the outside corner.
1 on, 1 out. Here's Jalen Flores. Flores is batting .279 with 9 home runs. 39 runs batted in for Flores, the junior right-handed hitter out of Brandeis High on the north side of San Antonio. 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the first. Out of the stretch. Throw over to first. Mendoza, who had a very modest lead, steps back to the bag. Now the right-hander is set. Austin Eaton. Here's the first pitch. Swung on, and that's lined in the left field, a base hit. On one hop, the left fielder Gingrich fields it. But Jalen Flores jumped right on that one, that fastball, and drove it into left field for a 1-out single.
Yeah, that's well over 100 miles an hour off the bat right there. And good to see that. Here's a guy, I keep talking about it. He has never really been as streaky as he seems to be so far this year. But I know he's been working, but he's a guy, if you can get him hot again, especially with the slugging percentage, and he can make a huge impact over this last 6 weeks of the season.
Well, you were right on. It was 110 miles per hour off the bat of Flores. Now, Will Gasparino at the plate. Digs in from the right side. First pitch to Will. Down and in, and breaking from second and going to third is Mendoza. He saw that the catcher, Mungia, just kind of bobbled to try to get control of it and was sliding out of the batter's box, and Ethan did not hesitate. He raced to third.
Well, you got to give him credit, though. Mungia does a nice job of looking and making sure that Flores can't move up, so the double play's still in order for the Bobcats.
Was a wild pitch. Runners on the corners with one out for Gasparino. The stretch in the pitch from Eaton, and that one bends in for a strike. Count even at 1-1 to Will. He's batting .279, 11 homers, 43 runs batted in for Gasparino. Right-handed hitting sophomore out of Harvard Westlake in the Los Angeles area. So, 1 ball and 1 strike, the count. Throw over to first. Stepping back is Flores. Gasparino, of course, leading the team in homers, also leads the team in RBIs with 42. He has 11, as does Galvan, both with 11 homers. Here's the stretch now from Eaton. A 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Will Gasparino, and he takes down and in for ball 2. It's 2-1.
That's a good take. I was pitch just missed the inside corner.
Gasparino has reached base in 31 consecutive contests with 9 home runs during that time. 2 balls and a strike to count. Here's the stretch now. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. There's that big curve you spoke of. And now the count is even at 2-2.
Well, it does 2 things. It's his change of pace because it's, it's 10 or 12 miles an hour slower, and it has movement to it.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It'll be delayed. A throw over to first, and diving back is Jalen Flores back to the bag.
If you're anticipating breaking ball here as a coach, this is one that you might put the steal on for Flores. Even if Flores runs occasionally, I mean, he's got more speed than 3 out of 4 because he just doesn't run very often.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Gasparino strikes out on the breaking ball. Second strikeout for Eaton. So it's been base hit, strikeout, base hit, strikeout. They're 2 down for Kimball Schusler.
That's been a good pitch for him. All of them have been on the breaking ball.
Well, here's the SEC co-player of the week, Kimball Schusler. He's batting .327, 6 homers, 28 runs batted in. He's reached safely in 15 of his last 19 plate appearances. Became just the 4th Longhorn with 8 RBIs in a game since 2008. What a monster game he had with the 2 3-run homers and the 2-run double in the Saturday series sweeping win against Auburn. 2 down. Throw over to first. By the way, if you're wondering, you say he's the co-player of the league. Who's the other one? You're going to see him this weekend if you're at the ballpark. Jace LaViolette, A&M. He hit, I think, 5 home runs during the week. Now, his batting average, he didn't have as many hits as Kimball, but the number's very comparable. And the voters selected him as co-players of the week.
And Ike Irish had a good weekend as well.
He did. First pitch, missed upstairs with a fastball for ball 1.
He drove in all but one of Auburn's runs over the weekend. All but one. So every run scored, he produced except one on the weekend.
A ball and no strikes to count. With 2 down, runners on the corners for Texas here in the top of the first inning. Out of the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Schusler. Boy, it has been a good curveball we've seen.
Yeah, it's got good spin rate to it. And if you haven't seen it, and it's been, and the other point you got to make here is 5 consecutive right-handed hitters as well.
A ball and a strike to count to Schusler with 2 down. Here's the pitch. Swung on a ground ball off of the glove. Now up with it, bare hand, throw to first in time for Eaton. Calmly was able to regain control of it and fire to first to get out of the inning with no damage done. For the Longhorns, no runs on 2 hits with 2 left. For a half inning of play, here in San Marcos, it's Texas 0, Texas State coming to bat. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
And Doug.
Quickly move. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Longhorns threatened but come up empty. A couple of base hits in the top of the first. And coming to the mound, and many of you may not know him, is Grayson Saunier. He is a 6'4", 222-pound junior. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. He transferred in from Ole Miss, where he has started a lot of ball games. So he is a veteran guy. His numbers on the year, he's making his 6th appearance, his first start. He has no record. 3.00 earned run average. 6 innings of work. Allowed 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He's walked 5 while striking out 4. Opponents hit 200 against him. He's also hit 1 batter. But it was his first outing where he walked 3 batters in his first outing. Since then, if you just take out that 1/3 of an inning, he's gone 5 2/3 innings where he's walked 3. He's walked 2 and struck out 4. He's really been good. He was outstanding in the trip up to Kansas and
Kentucky.
Shoot, yeah. I did that while I was in Kansas. They're both blue. They both start with a K.
Yeah. One's UK, one's KU.
Yeah.
But you're right. Saunier did really well.
Yes, he did.
Up there. Behind him defensively, Jonah Williams is in left field, Will Gasparino in center, and Tommy Farmer's in right. Casey Borba at third base, Jalen Flores at shortstop, Adrian Rodriguez at second, Kimball Schuessler at first, Rylan Galvan behind the plate and on the mound, Grayson Saunier. Leading it off for the Bobcats is the shortstop, Ryan Farber. Farber is batting .298 with 2 homers and 20 runs batted in. Farber, a sophomore out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in San Antonio. He's a switch hitter. In from the left side against the right-hander, Saunier, who delivers a first-pitch fastball for a strike. Farber, 5'11", 190-pound sophomore switch hitter.
He's a grinder. He makes all the little plays. He's just a gym rat. Or baseball rat, always on the field, always uniforms, always dirty.
Here's the pitch, and that one missed down and in with a fastball. And the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lights on, not real high light standards here in San Marcos. Makes twilight time a little bit interesting, but with the cloud cover, it could be also a little darker a little earlier. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swung on, ground ball, hit to second, up with it. Rodriguez flips to first in time, and there's 1 down. Brings the third baseman, Chase Mora, to the plate. Mora, a veteran, batting .285, 5 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Chase, a junior from Tomball, right-handed hitter at 6'2", 175 pounds. He's a 3-year starter. Does seem like he's been here longer than 3 years, doesn't it?
Does. It seems like he's been in this lineup and doing good things, especially against Texas.
So 1 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Saunier ready to work. Out of the stretch is Grayson. Here's the first pitch coming to Mora. And it's a fastball that missed upstairs for a ball as the sun tries to pop through some cloud cover here.
Now he's got a good fastball. He's got a breaking ball. He's got an excellent changeup, and he really can use it to both lefties and righties.
Out of the stretch. The 1-0 to Mora. Swings here and hits a ball well out toward deep right center. Chasing it, Gasparino to the warning track and makes the catch. Running it down a couple of steps in front of the wall in right center for out number 2.
Now that is not the direction you're going to get much help. He hit that ball well, folks, but it just doesn't. It's not going to carry there. It's going to be from dead straightaway center to the left field line.
2 down for the first baseman, Kei Defury. Defury's batting .250, a homer, 7 runs batted in. Kei is a junior. Transfers from Melissa up in Collin County, 6'3", 218-pound left-handed hitter. Began his collegiate career at the JUCO level at Blinn over in Brenham and looks at a first pitch fastball for a strike. So 2 down.
That's an area that's exploded as well.
Wow, has it ever. No balls and a strike to count. The 0-1. That one missed down and in. Of course, the Longhorns have an outstanding offensive lineman from Melissa, Trevor Gooseby. And speaking of which, of course, with spring practice about to conclude, Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian will join me on my show tomorrow afternoon on AM 1300 The Zone. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and a ball hit out toward right and hit well. Way back. Doesn't matter about the win in this case. It's gone. Home run for Kei Defury over the right field wall. And Texas State grabs a 1-0 lead.
Well, he got a ball he could handle, and it's a night where it's going to go. So that's not the only one we're going to see tonight. But he didn't miss it. This onto the railroad track.
Only Defury's second home run of the season, but it's a no-doubter. And Texas State takes a 1-0 lead. With 2 down, Austin Mungia, the catcher. Mungia is batting .312, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in for Mungia, who is a senior transfer, and he's from Williamson County out of Round Rock High. So Mungia will step to the plate now with 2 down and a run home for Texas State on the 2-out opposite field, or not opposite field, but the 2-out home run by Kei Defury over the right field wall. So with 2 outs, Saunier back to work. The pitch. Fastball missed outside for ball 1. Defury back in, deep in the batting box. Here's the stretch and the pitch from Saunier. Swing and a miss on the fastball. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Only his 10th start of the year behind the plate.
They've quite often had the guy who's DH in tonight, Ian Collier, back behind the plate. The pitch. That's in there. Well positioned there for strike 2.
And that's that big sweeping breaker ball from that sidearm delivery. And got it in the right location. Now you start this one, come back with it, start it out over the plate and break it off of the plate.
A ball and 2 strikes to count, the 1-2. And there it is. Got it. The breaking ball, strike 3, first strikeout for Grayson Saunier, and that retires Texas State in the first. But the Bobcats jump on top, 2-out solo homer from Kei Defury. That's their 1 hit. And after 1 inning of play in San Marcos, it's Texas State 1, Texas nothing. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row.
Groundworks is the official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Solo homer in the bottom of the first for the Bobcats. And they take a 1-0 lead as we go to the top of the second. Glad you're with us from Hays County here on the campus of Texas State University, Longhorns and Bobcats. We go to the top of the second. It will be 6, 7, and 8 due for Texas. Bobcats lead 1-0.
Adrian Rodriguez will lead it off for Texas. A-Rod's batting .295, 6 homers, 15 runs batted in. Rodriguez, the freshman, out of Flower Mound High, switch hitter, but of course batting exclusively left-handed these days as the hand still recovers from the earlier injury, and he is able to be back in the field, which is a good thing. Austin Eden threw 19 pitches in that top of the first as the Longhorns stranded runners on the corners. So here's Rodriguez at the plate. And the first pitch is off the plate for ball one. Sunlight has indeed popped back in through the cloud cover. One and oh the count. Here's the windup from Eaton. The pitch. Check swing on a fastball for a strike. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, Eaton's done a nice job, Craig, of staying out of the middle of the zone. His breaking ball's been on the outer half. That fastball was in the outer half. He just hasn't got anything in that 6 inches in the middle of the strike zone.
Here's the windup from Austin Eaton. The 1-1. Check swing on a pitch down in the field turf for ball 2. And it's 2 balls and a strike to Adrian Rodriguez. 2-1 the count. And the pitch. Swing and miss. We mentioned that A-Rod batting exclusively left-handed this year, and he's doing well against right-handers. He's hitting .356 against righties this season. The count was 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the windup from Eaton, the 2-2. And that missed inside. The count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Adrian. Infield playing him straight away and back pretty deep for infield purposes. Outfield straight away. 3-2. Swing and a miss. And
got a piece of it, I think.
Yeah, he did. He kept the bat alive. It fell out of the mitt. Mungia, so stays alive at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three and 2 to Rodriguez. Another payoff pitch from Austin Eaton. Swung on and chopped foul pass first. We'll do it again on 3 and 2.
This would be a good at bat if he can get on right here. He's done a nice job seeing a lot of pitches and getting more comfortable with each pitch.
Rodriguez will step back in now. Here's another 3-ball, 2-strike pitch from Austin Eaton. And he just caught a piece of it off the end of the bat. Still in there.
3-2 breaking ball that time.
Rodriguez back in from the left side, the right-hander. Austin Eaton, 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and yanked foul. Boy, he turned on it, knocked it into and out of the Longhorn bullpen. A fan gathering, sent some youngsters scrambling for. Boy, I tell you, this place is packed all the way around. Fans gathered down the foul lines, beyond the left field fence.
The caboose is full.
Yeah. Every seat spoken for. Another 3-ball, 2-strike pitch from Austin Eaton to Adrian Rodriguez. And he swings here and sends a high fly ball to left center. It'll stay in the ballpark in deep left center. The catch made by Samson Pugh for out number 1.
If you could have reached base, it'd have been a better at bat, but still pretty good at bat. You saw a lot of pitches. Your teammates saw a lot of pitches.
It was the first left-handed hitter to face him. And back to the righties now with Casey Borba. Borba batting .255, 6 homers, 21 runs batted in. Hit his 6th home run of the season on Saturday. And Casey, we've told you before, is a reverse splits guy. He does better against righties than lefties. He's batting .302 against right-handers this year. So he digs in from the right side with 1 down here in the top of the second. A 1-0 Texas State lead. First pitch is a fastball in tight, up and in for ball 1.
Eaton asked the home plate umpire and acknowledged. He said, was that ball in? Never haven't seen that before.
1-0 pitch. He comes back with a strike.
I don't think either one was upset about it. He just said, is that in? And he went, yeah. And I went, oh, so.
Just so I'll know.
So, okay.
Comes back with a fastball for a strike, and the count is even to Borba. 1 ball and 1 strike to Casey. Eaton ready to go, the 1-1. Swung on and a hard hit ground ball to a shifted second baseman playing over shortstop Dawson Park. Makes the play. That would be 4 over 6 in the shortstop position for Park. And they're 2 down. So in the 6-3 position made by the second baseman. 2 down. Here's Tommy Farmer. Farmer batting .287, no homers, 20 runs batted in from the right side.
I'm going out on a limb.
Yeah.
Tommy's going to get off the 0 homers tonight.
at some point.
At some point. Not necessarily in this at-bat, but he's been swinging the bat well, and I know he's got some pop. I can see that happening here tonight.
First pitch fastball is taken for a strike. 0-1 the count to Farmer with 2 down. The pitch. That one misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tommy, the native of California from Santa Monica, out of Oaks Christian, right-handed hitting sophomore. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Tommy Farmer. 2 down here in the top of the 2nd inning. The pitch. And he swings here in a ground ball hit to short. Truly to short to Farber, who throws to first. 6-3 on the ground out. And the Longhorns go in order in the 2nd. No runs, no hits, nobody left through an inning and a half. In San Marcos, Texas State leads Texas 1-0. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As Texans, we have many reasons to be proud of the Lone Star State. Showing our pride by saying, don't mess with Texas, means we gotta step up, walk the walk, do our part to keep Texas clean. Because after all these years, all the roads we travel, and all of our traditions, for all us Texans, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Difference in this one, we go to the bottom of the 2nd, a solo homer. As Grayson Saunier out for his 2nd inning of work. A solo homer in the bottom of the 1st by the Bobcats. Scoreboard totals correct. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Texas. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors. For the Bobcats, bottom of the 2nd will be 5, 6, and 7 due for Texas State.
Despite allowing the 2-out solo homer to Kei Defury, Saunier only threw 12 pitches in the bottom of the 1st. Leading off the bottom of the 2nd is the designated hitter Ian Collier, catcher by trade, and has caught a lot this season. Batting .255 with 3 home runs and 16 runs batted in. Ian is a senior from Plano out of Trinity Christian Academy in Addison. Began his collegiate career at Blinn College in Brenham. 6'1", 218-pound right-handed hitter. So Saunier back to work here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Grayson works from the stretch up high at the letters, the set. Here's the pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Keith, you pointed out that the pitching arsenal that these Longhorn pitchers have. Here's the stretch, and the pitch from Grayson. Swung on, yanked, foul, past third, no balls and 2 strikes. And Saunier with that fastball, sinking fastball, cutter, slider, split. Got an assortment.
Yeah, and that split is like his off-speed, like a changeup. And it's a good pitch for left-handed hitters because he's got a great arm speed with it. And his arm slot makes him successful as well. Tough on right-handed hitters with that arm slot.
The 0-2 to Collier. And he swings and foul tips it into the mitt for a strikeout, a 3-pitch strikeout for Grayson Saunier. Back-to-back strikeouts going back to the final out of the 1st inning, and that's out number 1 here in the Texas State 2nd. 1 down, center fielder Samson Pugh to the plate. Pugh is batting .262, a homer, 14 runs batted in for Samson. Sophomore out of Lake Creek, the newer high school in Montgomery, just northwest of Houston, 6', 203-pound right-handed hitter, a former Lake Creek Lion. And from the right side against Saunier. Grayson set at the belt. Here's the pitch. And that one caught the inside corner for a strike. An off speed there.
Yeah, I just think it's a guy that he's got a lot of starts under his belt. He's a veteran of the SEC coming from Ole Miss.
A stretch from Grayson Saunier, and the right-hander's 0-1. Foul right by the Texas dugout. Jim Schlossnagle himself will pick up the loose ball and toss it out of play. And quickly, Saunier ahead of Pugh as he was ahead of Collier. Quickly 0-2.
The other part, you can just see it in his mound presence, you know.
Here's the 0-2. And that one just missed for a ball bent downstairs. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 the count. The stretch. The 1-2 from Saunier to Pugh. Just missing downstairs, I suppose. Saunier will look in, but now will set himself back. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That pitch is a strike. So I
certainly looked like it.
That's a strike. Sometimes you miss them.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count. The 2-2. That one was downstairs, and the count is full now to Pugh at 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes to count. Saunier, the set. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and it's a comebacker to the mound. Saunier has it. He'll toss overhand to first, and they're 2 down.
That's that sink. You were talking about one's a cutter, and that arm slide, he sinks it right there and just pounded that into the ground. You see the sand come up. That's the difference in the speed in the 2 ballparks between here at Bobcat Field and Dish Falk Field. Dish Falk's got pellets in it.
The rubber pellet base, this being the sand base.
Sand-based.
And we saw Kentucky at the sand base. We saw that. So with 2 down now, and like Jim Schlossnagle said, it was a faster ballpark, just like this one. Here is Zachary Gingrich, the left fielder, looks at the first pitch down and in for a ball. Gingrich is batting .212, 2 homers, 11 runs batted in. Zachary is a left-handed hitting freshman. Not too far from here. Smithson Valley over in Spring Branch, just to the west of us, southwest of us. 6'3", 193-pound left-handed hitter. Former Smithson Valley Ranger. Takes a pitch upstairs for a ball. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to count to Gingrich with 2 down. Gingrich from the left side waggles the bat. Saunier ready, set at the letters. Grayson's 2-0 delivery is a fastball for a strike, and it's 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. The right-hander, Saunier, ready. The 2-1. Pulled foul, past first. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hit that past Chad Massengale, who's in the first base coaching box. The head coach, Stephen Trout, works in the third base coaching box for the Bobcats.
Wouldn't be a bad time for the change right here. See if he turns it over the split.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch to Gingrich, and he yanks that foul. I think that's what it was there, wasn't it? It was off speed.
It was off speed for sure. Sometimes
a little slower breaking ball that time.
It wasn't his slider, so I would think that's probably what it was. It didn't have that dip at the bottom that we usually see, though. It sort of stayed up.
So they'll do it again on 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Saunier ready, the 2-2. And that one bounces in the field turf for ball 3. The count is full.
Now that one he did try to turn over. That was the one that was the split. Now he's still got some options here, 3-2.
So 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Zachary Gingrich. 2 down here in the bottom of the 2nd inning, a 1-0 Texas State lead. Here's the stretch from Grayson Saunier and the payoff pitch to Gingrich. Swings here in a high fly ball to right, way back. This is going to be gone. 2nd consecutive inning, a 2-out, nobody on base, solo homer to right by a left-handed hitter. In this case, it's Zachary Gingrich, and now it's 2-0 Texas State.
Well, he got a ball that made a mistake up with it. Doesn't get much help in going that direction, but it was out of here pretty quickly. That's not the last one tonight.
That's what you said on the last one, and you were correct.
It's not the last one.
So with 2 down, here's Dawson Park, the second baseman. Park is batting .238 with a homer and 6 runs batted in. Dawson, right-handed hitting freshman out of Magnolia West up northwest of Houston, 5'11", 167-pound right-handed hitter. So 2 runs on 2 hits, both of them 2 outs, solo homers over the right field fence. And the first pitch is in there for a strike from Saunier. Now they get 1 the count. Grayson out of the stretch, the pitch. And that one missed upstairs. Some light tossing from a left-hander in the Texas State bullpen. 1 ball and 1 strike the count with 2 down. Here's the stretch now. Saunier's 1-1. That one missed up and away for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike the count. The left-hander warming up in the Texas State bullpen is Jesus Tovar. Starting to loosen up for the Bobcats. 2 balls and a strike the count to Dawson Park. The 2-1 from Saunier. And that's a little flare shot to first and caught by Kimball Schusler, and that will retire the Bobcats in the second. But they add another run on another 2-out solo homer. This one from Zachary Gingrich, and nobody left on base. Through 2 complete, it's now Texas State 2 and Texas nothing. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Shop simple. It doesn't get any easier. You're looking for a new Ford. You don't have time to spend hours at the dealership. So Riata Ford in Manor has made it simple. Pick yours at RiataFord.com. We can bring it to you for a home test drive. Once you determine it's perfect, you can arrange financing, value your trade, and sign all your paperwork digitally. Then simply tell us where and when you want to take delivery. Leif Johnson's Riata Ford in Manor has made buying a new Ford simple.
There's an exciting change coming to your local hearing clinic, and we can't wait for you to hear the difference. Estes Audiology will soon become Audio Nova, a completely new audio care experience. Audio Nova will still provide the same personalized care you've come to expect from your trusted local hearing specialists. What will change is our focus on providing you a better overall experience of caring for your hearing health. Never miss another one of life's incredible moments. We're changing the way you hear the world, and we can't wait for you to hear the difference. Contact us today or visit us at audionova.com.
Austin Eaton has scattered a couple of hits. Both of them came in the first inning. Longhorns went 1-2-3 in the second. He is staked out to a 2-0 lead. 2 solo homers by the Bobcats, 1 in the first, 1 in the second. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Texas. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Bobcats. Neither team has made a miscue. 9-1-2 due for Texas here in the top of the third.
The only man yet to come to the plate for the Longhorns is striding the plate right now. That's the freshman left fielder, Jonah Williams, the first Longhorn with 3 RBIs in his first career start since Zach Zubia did it back in 2018. And Jonah has made quite an impression here as he has started out. He's hit 5 out of 9, so a .556 average, no homers and 3 runs batted in. Here's the first pitch to Williams. He'll take a breaking ball for a strike. On the inside corner, Jonah, of course, the football 5-star signee out of Galveston Ball. Left-handed hitting freshman. Austin Eaton, the windup of the pitch. And bounces the field turf. The one, perhaps, consolation for the moment for the Longhorns is that Eaton had to throw 35 pitches through the first 2 innings. So they've made him work a little bit, even though he has not allowed anything. Just a couple of hits. The 1-1. Swung on, chopped on the ground, and gathered in by the first baseman. A flip to the pitcher covering in time. Defury did a good job to pull it in and hold on to it. And covering the position, Austin Eaton, 3-1 on the putout. It's out number 1.
Yeah, and he better get there because
Jonah's moving up the line.
Yeah, he can run.
1 down, back to the top of the order. Ethan Mendoza started off the ball game with a base hit. Reached third base, but was left stranded there back in the first inning. So Mendoza with that average up to 351 now. Digs in from the right side. First pitch upstairs for a ball. Leading the Longhorns in batting average, hits, triples, and multi-hit games. He has 18 of those and tied for the club lead in runs scored with 38. The 1-0. And that's taken for a strike. Good breaking ball, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's been able to throw 1-0 breaking ball on a regular basis for a strike. He's had good command, better command of his breaking ball than his fastball.
A 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch popped sky high, back out of play. That will head in the general direction of the river, off the roof. San Marcos River runs behind us and through campus. Of course, well beyond the right field fence is what's now known as UFCU Stadium. It was Bobcat Stadium for a long time.
The renovations are through. They're ready to go, too. All of the south end is finished and completed.
Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. And that is strike 3 call, a breaking ball right at the top of the zone. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Austin Eaton. It's out number 1 in the top of the 3rd. Out number 2, excuse me.
Well, that we said one while ago was a strike. Yeah. That was a ball.
Yeah.
So both right so far have gone against Texas, but we'll see how the game goes on.
2 quick outs, and now Ryland Galvan, who struck out swinging back in the first, comes to the plate. So 2 down. And the first pitch to Ryland. And he'll take upstairs for a ball. Get to the bottom of the 3rd. We'll check the non-conference schedule around the SEC. Some big-time
good matchups this week.
Matchups. Midweek matchups. The 1-0. This is chopped on the ground, foul past 3rd. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Nationally ranked head-to-head matchups. And a great game a few weeks back between Auburn and Georgia Tech. The Georgia Tech one in Atlanta. Well, they're having a rematch tonight on the Plains. Down at Plainsman Park there in Auburn. That's one of the matchups. A ball and a strike, the count to Galvan. Here's the pitch. And that one bends in for a strike. It's 1-2.
I think Georgia and Clemson are hooking up too, aren't they?
Georgia and Clemson. Ole Miss and Mississippi State are playing a non-conference game. It won't count in the league standings. And they're playing at the minor league ballpark in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside Jackson, home of the Mississippi Braves. The 1-2. That's downstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count to Ryland Galvan. 2 down here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. The right-hander Austin Eaton from the first base side of the rubber with a 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That's going to be lined in the left center, a base hit. And Galvan a big turn, and he is going to dig for second. Here comes the throw, and Ryland able to beat it. A hustling 2-out double as Galvan slides in the second base, the 11th double of the season for Galvan.
You'd recognize that from home plate. It's, again, young players. You hit a ball, don't say, oh, I got a base hit. You got to put your head down and go and make a good turn, and then you can make that decision. He made that decision in there easily.
It was going to be a tough play for Pugh to come up cleanly with it and fire it back in, and Galvan recognized it immediately. So now, with 2 down, here's Jalen Flores. He has 16 doubles, leading the ball club in that category. Is trailing only Colby Shelton of Florida in the SEC in doubles. Looks at the first pitch fastball for a strike. Three hits on the board for Texas. Longhorns do trail 2-0 here with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning. The stretch from the right-hander Austin Eaton. And the 0-1 pitch to Jalen Flores. Swings here and drives that one to shortstop and then bobbled. It's going to be an error on Farber. All hands safe. Should have been 6-3 ground out and inning over. Instead, the inning continues with runners on the corners and 2 down.
That just came up with it, just raised his body a little quickly, and then it caught the end of his glove, and he couldn't snap to it right away, and nice hustle by Flores to get down the line. By the time he picked it up, Jalen was already nearly to the bag. So opportunity. Can he take advantage of the extra out here?
Up to Will Gasparino now. And now coming to the mound to visit with him, Josh Blakely, the associate head coach who handles the pitching, is going to come out and visit with him. He's at 49 pitches right now.
Yeah, you want to reset a little bit. He thinks he got out of the inning. That's so many times pitchers see that ball hit on the ground. Oh, I'm out of the inning. And they lose a little bit of their concentration. This is more to come back and say, hey, you got to bear down and make another pitch here. Get a big out right here.
So Gasparino will have that opportunity here with 2 down.
I like the visit.
So a 2-out double from Rylan Galvan, an error by the shortstop Ryan Farber, allowing Jalen Flores to reach. Longhorns have runners on the corners with 2 down for the second time in their 3 at-bats. Now here's Gasparino, who struck out swinging his first time up. Here's the pitch, and he takes downstairs for ball 1. We have seen in the past when a ball would get back to the backstop, there's not a lot of territory back here. We've seen balls ricochet back out.
Yeah, you sure have. I remember one of the games that was a difference in a game.
Absolutely. So just bear that in mind if a ball gets past the catcher. Here's the stretch. Eaton's pitch, and that's low, and another nice block by the catcher, Mungia, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes. Kimball Schuessler's on deck. 2-0 the count to Will Gasparino with 2 down. Two and 0 to Will. The stretch. The 2-0. And he takes high, ball 3, laid off that high fastball right just above the top of the zone, and it's 3-0 to Gasparino.
We haven't seen Coach Slosh turn many hitters loose 3-0, so I would think he's taking here.
3 balls, no strikes to Gasparino. Dancing off third is Galvan. Here's the 3-0, and he is taking all the way and takes a strike. It's 3-1. Rylan Galvan at third base. Jalen Flores at first. Runners on the corners, 2 down here in the top of the third. 3 balls and a strike to count to Will Gasparino. A stretch from the right-hander, Austin Eaton. Here's the 3-1, and that's low, ball 4. Flores had broken for second, and now he can trot the rest of the way to the bag because the bases are loaded with 2 down now for Kimball Schuessler.
Yeah, first 2 free pass, a mistake and a free pass. Longhorns with a chance to tie this thing up with a base hit right here.
Schuessler retired on a comebacker, his first time up. We've seen Kimball bat all over the batting order this season, has produced wherever they've been. We saw him in the leadoff spot. We've seen him in number 9. We've seen him at 7. At 5, pretty regularly, I think. I have to ask Josh White if he can compile how many times you saw a guy bat in so many different spots in the order. The first pitch. Check swing, and it's low and in for a ball. Fastball missed down and in, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
They're going to say he appealed, and it was a strike.
And it was Steven Trout who was pointing out in his dugout saying, hey, instructing his catcher, Austin Mungia, to appeal, and he did, and it is a strike. So it's no balls and a strike to Schuessler. 0-1 the count with 2 down. A windup from Eaton in the 0-1. That's low. Nice block by the catcher Mungia. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's having a good ball game behind the plate. There's been 4 or 5 breaking balls in the dirt with a runner on third already.
One ball and 1 strike the count with 2 down. A wind up in the 1-1. Swung on, and a fly ball hit a long way to right. This one back, but the wind's going to keep it in the ballpark, and it's caught near the foul line by Shibley, and that'll retire Texas in the 3rd. No runs, A hit, an error, and the Longhorns leave them loaded. We go to the bottom of the third inning here in San Marcos. It is Texas State 2, Texas nothing. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Want to get in on the action at UFCU Dish-Falk Field and McCombs Field? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance wants to take you out to the ball game, offering its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns baseball and softball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for 2 free tickets to see the Horns on their baseball and softball home fields, courtesy of Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
Steel GMC in Round Rock. Hi, I'm Steve David, General Manager. Great deals are all we do here at Steel GMC. Our deal is upfront, honest, and a real deal. Not some overhyped web price that when you get there, vanishes like a 30-point lead. Come see us and get a real deal at Steel. Exit 256 in Round Rock or see for yourself at SteelGMCRoundRock.com.
Shop us first or shop us last. Get a real deal from Steel.
We are professional grade.
KHFI HD2 and K276EL Austin.
Longhorns threat, but come up 50 in the top of the third. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for Texas. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 miscue that did not hurt the Bobcats. In that top of the third inning, Schlassel flies deep to right with them loaded. So coming to the plate will be 9-1-2 to face the Longhorn right-hander here. No runs, 3 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 miscue for Texas State.
Sagnier's 2 hits allowed. Each were 2 out solo homers to right. Kei Defury in the first inning. Zachary Gingrich last inning. So 9-1-2. Alan Shibley, the right fielder who just made the catch there to end the frame, leads off for Texas State. Shibley batting .211 with a homer and 10 runs batted in. Shibley is a left-handed hitting red-shirted senior transfer. He's from Sapulpa, Oklahoma, up in the Tulsa area. Started his collegiate career at Washington State. As we like to say, Keith, that is a geographical polarity change. Sapulpa to Pullman. First pitch in there for a strike. And then here to San Marcos, by the way.
If you've ever been to Pullman, you know it's a geographical change.
0-1 the count to Shibley. Sagnier threw 20 pitches in the second inning after only 12 in the first. Here's the pitch from Grayson, and that one misses inside. The count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Already some loose football tossing going on in the Texas bullpen.
Yeah, I would think 3 would be the number.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on and yanked foul past first and out of play into the parking lot.
It might have been on the HEB.
Yeah. You know, you got both the HEB and the Walgreens just beyond the foul line fence. You didn't park there, did you? They towed.
No, I didn't park there.
Good.
I did.
Parked in that lot beyond the right field fence.
I work a little football down here, I know.
Yeah, 1-2 pitches up and in for a ball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The shift will be on now. Casey Borba shifts over to where you would normally look for the second baseman to play. The second baseman, of course, Rodriguez, is in shallow right field. The 2-2. And that missed inside. The count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, I think somebody else we may see tonight for extended little period of time. We might see Dre pitch a little maybe.
He's jogging down in the bullpen right
30,
now to loosen
30,
up.
35 pitches, yeah.
Here's the 3-ball, 2-strike pitch to Shibley, and that's high for ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk. It's the first walk issued by Sagnier, but it's the leadoff man, number 9 hitter in the lineup, and now it's back to the top of the order to the guy who is the leadoff guy tonight, Ryan Farber, who grounded to second his first time up. It is Duplantier who's just kind of skipping and jogging down in the bullpen right now. Also, just kind of you pick out a bullpen number, the chances are they're moving around, walking around down there. Thomas Burns, one of those, walking around. Here's the stretch. The first pitch from Saunier to Farber. Swings here, hard hit, ground ball to second. Backhanding, Rodriguez will flip to Flores for one, relay to first in time. That's an impressive 4-6-3 double play, started by Rodriguez to Flores to Schlassel, and now they're 2 quick outs.
Oh, nice job playing the hop, getting a good feed from A-Rod to Jalen, and a nice strong throw to the plate, to first, and get the double play. That changes the whole complexion of the inning.
2 down. Chase Mora flied to center his first time up. And a deep fly ball that was run down by Will Gasparino right at the warning track. Here's the pitch. And that bends in for a strike. Good breaking ball for strike 1. 0-1 the count with 2 down. Stretch from Saunier, and the 0-1 pitch coming to Mora. This is low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, this is where it's been the bugaboo the prior 2 innings. 2 outs, nobody on, solo homer. As you like to say, if solo homers won't beat you unless you give up a whole passel of them, right?
I wouldn't give up 1 an inning.
Yeah. A ball and a strike the count to Chase Mora with 2 down. Here's the pitch from Saunier, and that one missed upstairs for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Mora.
We got some left-handed hitters starting to come to the plate. I would think Texas has got a left-hander up.
So here's the stretch now. The pitch. Check swing, and it's there for strike 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Might be Navarre.
And that is who it is warming up in the Texas bullpen. The left-hander, Bryce Navarre. The stretch now. The 2-2 pitch to Chase Mora. Comebacker right to Saunier. Kind of had an ice cream cone in it, popping out of the top. Make mine vanilla, and he throws to first, and the inning's over. No runs, no hits, nobody left. As Saunier yields a leadoff walk, but faces the minimum. We're through 3 complete in San Marcos. Texas State leads Texas 2-0. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
I'm here with Dan Christensen of DJC Law, Austin's largest veteran-owned personal injury law firm.
Hey, Craig, you're the best, but I got to tell you, you talk a lot.
Well, it's kind of my job.
That's right. And when you do one thing for as long as you have, you get pretty good at it.
Now I feel like you're calling me old.
Just experienced.
Yeah, just like the team at DJC Law. They have over 200 years combined experience and 500 trials.
Don't forget, a 99% win rate.
That's a winning team. If you've been injured, call DJC Law, 512-888-9999, and get your justice. TeamJustice.com.
Principal Office, Austin, Texas.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Start of the game in the books here. 2-0 Bobcats. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for Texas. 2 runs on 2 solo homers. 1 miscue for Texas State. It will be for Texas 6, 7, and 8 for the second time in the ball game. A-Rod will lead it off. So 6th, 7th, and 8th hitters due for Texas, chasing 2 here. We go to the top of the 4th.
We'll check the SEC scoreboard this half inning. Already one final in. Texas A&M run ruling Sam Houston 13-3 in 7 innings. Sam Houston scored 3 runs on the top of the 7th to get it inside the barrier, and the Aggies promptly scored on a walk-off or game-ending 3-run homer in the bottom of the 7th to win by 10 runs. Rodriguez leads it off, and Adrian looks at the first pitch for a strike. So the Aggies will come into UFC Dish Falk Field with a 23-16 record, 8-10 in the SEC. On the surface, that number is not that impressive. But given that they were 14-15 and 1-9 in conference, 0-1 pitch, and that's hit on the line out toward left, but there to make the catch is Gingrich for out number one.
Hit that ball well.
One down. Casey Borba coming to the plate now. So the Aggies on a roll as they come in to Austin Friday night at 7, Saturday afternoon at 3, Sunday at 2. So that's what's ahead for Texas. One down. Florida leads Georgia Southern 4-1. That's in the bottom of the fifth in Gainesville. Florida just got through taking 2 of 3 from Mississippi State and Starkville over the weekend. Both Mississippi State and Florida, they're both 6-12 in league play. First pitch to Borba, and he takes outside for ball. Still in all, tournament projection I saw had the Gators in the field at 6-12 in the conference.
Yeah, but you look at their last 10 league games, they're above 500 in play.
Like Texas A&M, they have played well of late in conference play. The windup and the pitch. Swung on, chopped on the ground to that shifted left side of the infield to the shortstop. Farber throws to first, and again, Easton able to get 2 quick outs here in the Texas fourth.
It's a pretty good performance. Easton has had a really good spinner tonight. He's had command of it. It's firm. He's been able to use it to behind in the count.
He's thrown 63 pitches, threw 2 down here in the fourth. And here's Tommy Farmer, who grounded a short to close out the Texas second. Looks at the first pitch, low for a ball. South Carolina leads North Florida 2-0 top of the 6th. Battle of the Bluegrass, Kentucky up on number 19 Louisville 7-2 in the bottom of the 4th in Lexington. Here's the 1-0. How about Kentucky taking 2 of 3 from Tennessee in Knoxville over the weekend?
Yeah, they played well against the Horns.
The right-hander we saw McKay on Sunday pitched really well for them. In fact, he earned SEC Co-Pitcher of the Week honors. Went 7 2/3 against the Vols. Pitch is in there for a strike. Middle Tennessee leads Vanderbilt. 9th-ranked Commodores coming off sweeping Georgia, trail 2-1 top of the 4th. Here's the windup and the pitch. That's low. 3 balls and a strike to Farmer. Mississippi State at Ole Miss. We mentioned it's a non-conference game. They play in Pearl, Mississippi tonight. That's just to the east of Jackson. It's the home of the AA Mississippi Braves of the Southern League. And the Bulldogs lead the 23rd-ranked Rebels 1-0 top of the second. 3-1 pitch is low for ball 4, and it's a 2-out walk to Farmer.
But nothing gets on your nerves as a coach. Where you've done a good job, you've done a great job, and then all of a sudden you get 2 outs, nobody on, and all of a sudden you give a base runner, and this young man at the plate gets a hole in one right here. You're tied. That's how important those free passes are.
Jonah Williams grounded out to first, his first time up. So 2 down. With Farmer the runner at first base. Eaton out of the stretch. Here's the pitch. And that's a strike on the inside corner. 18th ranked Alabama playing at Samford in Birmingham. Crimson Tide lead 2-1. That's bottom of the first. And that one bottom of the second inning. 5th-ranked Arkansas up 1-0 against Little Rock. That game in Fayetteville. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oh, a throw back to first, and they got Farmer picked off. He was leaning and just did not get back in time, and the Longhorns are down in the 4th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 2-0 Texas State. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row.
Groundworks is the official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
What's up, baseball fans? Enjoying the game should be easy. Don't overthink it. What to wear? Done. Just toss on your lucky jersey. Don't know what to serve your friends? easy. Pick up some burgers for the grill and grab some Bud Light for your pregame tailgate. See? It's that easy. Just like Bud Light, which is always brewed with 4 simple ingredients for a clean, crisp taste. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Longhorns do go to the bullpen here. Bottom of the 4th inning. And it is left-hander Bryce Navarre. He is a 6'1", 210-pound freshman from Montgomery High School, Montgomery, Texas. For Navarre, he is making his 5th appearance, all in relief. 1-0 record, 7.20 earned run average. 5 innings of work, allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, all 4 owned. He's walked 6 while striking out 3, surrendered 1 extra base hit, that being a double. Opponents hit .235 against the true freshman from East Texas. And he is on here in what is a 2-0 Bobcat lead as we play in the bottom of the 4th inning. Texas, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. For the Bobcats, 2 runs on 2 hits. Both have been solo homers. They have committed a miscue, and coming to the plate to face Navarre will be the meat of the order. 3, 4, and 5 due for the Bobcats.
The line on Grayson Sagne went 3 innings, allowed 2 hits. We know what those were, the 2 out solo homers to right, both in the 1st and 2nd inning. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. He threw 44 pitches. Leading it off for Texas State is Kei Defury, who had the first of those 2 out solo homers back in the 1st. A no-doubter over the right field wall. So here's Bryce Navarre to face him. Bryce, you're wondering, also another assortment guy with a fastball, a cutter, slider. Can throw a curve as well. And here's the first pitch to Defury, and he takes it for a strike at the top of the zone.
Navarre's not going to overpower you, but you heard the assortment Greg just told you right there. His is the ability to throw his off-speed stuff is so important to him. There it is. There it is right there. He pinpoints his fastball, and he tries to get outs with his off-speed stuff.
Just missed blowing away for a ball. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike to Kei Defury. The pitch. And that misses low and away. Ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. A couple other SEC scorers. Oklahoma hosting Oral Roberts. Top of the 2nd in Norman, and ORU has a 2-1 lead on the 14th ranked Sooners. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and a ball hit well. Out toward right, and that is gone. 3 solo homers for Texas State in 4 at bats, and it's now 3-0 Bobcats. This time it's a leadoff homer. And the 2nd of the ball game for Kei Defury.
Now this ball is up, middle of the plate. He didn't miss it. This wasn't the majestic type. It was the line drive type, and got out of here in a hurry.
How about Kei Defury tripling his home run total for the season in 2 at-bats? He's gone from 1 home run to 3 for the year. So it's now 3-0 Texas State. Austin Mungia, who struck out swinging his first time up, will come to the plate. So all 3 Texas State hits have been solo homers. Here's the pitch from Navarre, swinging a foul back on a fastball for strike 1. LSU hosting Northwestern State. Down at Alex. The game in Baton Rouge at Alex Box. The Demons from the Southland Conference going down to play. Looks like a lot of purple on that field tonight. Both those teams have purple in their uniform. Here's the 0-1. Big overhand breaking ball, but it missed, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 73 miles an hour on that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tigers lead 1-0, bottom of the 1st. They're still batting in Baton Rouge. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. The pitch from Navarre. And that was a nice one. Caught the inside corner, and it's 1-2. Missouri is playing Missouri State down in Hammons Field at the minor league ballpark in Springfield tonight. The 1-2. And that missed inside, almost hit him. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Missouri State with a 2-0 lead on Mizzou. That's in the bottom of the second. And then those 2 nationally ranked non-conference matchups tonight involving the SEC and the ACC. The 2-2, a little comebacker up, and they'll call foul ball. Quick call from the home plate umpire, Ronnie Teague, as that ball was spinning back, and Galvine snagged it, but Teague signaled it a foul ball.
A nice job by Ryland to bounce out there and try to get it in fair territory. It's where the ball is. It's not where his feet are. And couldn't get the call where he could get the out.
So the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Austin Mungia. Navarre ready. The 2-2. And just missed with the breaking ball away. It's 3-2. So Auburn and Georgia Tech are playing. Like we said, they played a few weeks back in Atlanta and had a crazy game. And Georgia Tech won that one. 3-2 pitches outside for ball 4. Mungia works a walk. So the first walk issued by Navarre, second by Texas pitching. Still nobody out. Here's the DH. Ian Collier struck out swinging his first time up. Auburn and Georgia Tech underway this one in Auburn, Alabama at Plainsman Park. It's scoreless, bottom of the first. Auburn number 11 in the country, Georgia Tech number 24. And then the other one taking place at Doug Kingsmore in Clemson, South Carolina, where Clemson's playing Georgia. Number 2 Clemson, number 10 Georgia. Here's the stretch from Bryce Navarre in the first pitch. Bends in for a strike. It's 75 miles per hour. It is scoreless bottom of the first, that game at Clemson. So 2 big non-conference SEC versus ACC ranked matchups tonight. No balls and a strike the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ian Collier. Pops it up, but this will be out of play. And that one will reach the roof. And Navarre ahead of him. No balls, 2 strikes. Three runs on 3 hits, 1 error for the Bobcats. All 3 hits solo homers. 2 of those from Kei Defury. The other from Zachary Gingrich. No runs. Also 3 hits for the Longhorns. They've stranded 5 runners through 4 at-bats. Here's the stretch. A throw over to first. It's actually 6 runners left on base for Texas through 4 at-bats. 0-2 the count. The 0-2. Just missed inside with that breaker. 71 as it floats down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. The stretch from Bryce Navarre. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Ian Collier. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase that one. He turned that one over for the strikeout. The first strikeout for Navarre. First out of the inning. So 1 down. Al Sampson, Q, retired on a comebacker to the mound his last time up.
Well, that was a good, that's the changeup, and he just reaches out at the end and gets his hand out and sort of rolls it over, and it runs away at the last minute from the right-handed hitter.
Runner at first, 1 out, a run home for Texas State here in the 4th, a 3-0 Bobcat lead. Navarre's pitch, and that one misses outside for ball 1. One and 0 the count. Time called. And
no pitch selection because of the earpiece. There was no, they're not going to call any pitch because Galvan was struggling, lost his earpiece out of his ear. It was working, but he kept looking. He couldn't get it back where he could hear what pitch to call or what pitch was coming.
Now everybody ready to go. Here's the stretch, and the 1-0 pitch from Bryce Navarre to Samson Pugh. And he swings and lifts it foul out of play. The Union Pacific rolling by. The track going from southwest to northeast, rolls past the ballpark. A ball and a strike, the count with 1 out. A stretch from Navarre. Bryce with a pitch. It's squaring to bunt, taking the pitch outside. Delayed steal, but the throw's offline. I do think they would have had Austin Mungia with an accurate throw, but Galvan was having a throw from the knees, and it pulled on him to the left, so it's going to be a steal of second base for Mungia.
Well, it's the delayed steal, and you didn't steal that on Galvan. Galvan didn't have anybody to throw to.
Yeah.
Texas was tardy getting to the bag because it was a delayed steal. It was really well ran. I mean, it was
well executed. 2 balls and a strike, the count. The 2-1. Again, showing bunt and taken high is Pugh, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. 3-1 the count to Samson Pugh. There was one other SEC team in action I've left out. Tennessee ranked 6th, up 7-1 on Lipscomb. That's in the bottom of the 7th in Knoxville. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Pugh, and he swings and lines that in the left field, a base hit. Up with the ball is Williams, but it's not going to be in time to throw in. It's an RBI single for Samson Pugh, and it's now a 4-0 Texas State lead.
Well, that's a good at bat. Stayed back with his hands, just drove it to left field, and that was a nice steal to get into scoring positions. That was a well-produced run right there.
Now Gingrich, who homered his first time up, comes to the plate. Left-handed hitter, a lefty-lefty matchup here. Again, the Longhorns starting to get the bullpen active. 4th hit of the ball game, and like the other 3, it produces a run. It's just not a home run this time. It's an RBI single. But the 2nd hit of the inning for Texas State. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. Navarre ready. Now the 0-1 pitch coming to Zachary Gingrich. And he fouls it back. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Longhorns have Hudson Hamilton warming up in the bullpen, the right-hander. Hudson this season has only made 2 appearances. Getting loose now. 0-2 the count to Zachary Gingrich. The 0-2 pitch. Bounces in the field turf and away from Galvan, and the wild pitch will allow Samson Pugh to reach second base.
Well, Ryland got in position, folks, and the ball was so far out in front. It was a good 3 foot in front of the plate. It came up so high, it caught Ryland, even though he's been over, it caught him off of the shoulder and just ricocheted off. He was in position to try to block it. It just took a big hop.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Here's the stretch. Navarre with a 1-2 pitch to Zachary Gingrich, and he fouls it off. Pugh, by the way, coming into the ball game had only stolen 4 out of 6. Of course, he moved up on the pass ball. Mungia, who stole second, was only 2 for 2. Texas State runs some, but not a ton. 27 out of 45. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch, and it's pulled foul past first.
Well, I had him out in front, but he hasn't been able, and he's been able to get out in front. He just hadn't been able to put anybody away here. They're doing a good job, or the Bobcats fighting off some tough pitches when they've had 2 strikes.
So now we'll do it again on 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lefty-lefty matchup. Navarre looking back to second, and he'll step over there and throw back to second. as Pugh steps back to the bag. Here's the stretch now. The 1-ball, 2-strike pitch coming to Gingrich. Again, delayed. They'll throw back to second, chasing Pugh back to the bag. So Navarre trying to dial in and get a second out of the inning here. Again, a throwback. That one a little bit closer as the ball was going down, but Pugh able to dive back safely.
Hamilton ready if Texas need be here.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count. The stretch. Bryce Navarre's 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He's able to get Gingrich on the breaking ball at 77 miles per hour. 2 strikeouts recorded this inning by Navarre, who has unfortunately also given up a couple of runs. And that's going to be all for Bryce Navarre. He'll go 2/3 of an inning. And the book not yet closed on him, with Pugh still out there on the base pass. But we have a call to the bullpen. Hudson Hamilton coming in here in the bottom of the 4th with the score. Texas State 4, Texas nothing. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Hey, baseball fans. Catch the Round Rock Express right here on 1300 The Zone. All the action and excitement from the ballpark. Don't miss a pitch. It's Round Rock Express baseball only on 1300 The Zone. Texas softball is heating up. Catch every pitch.
Soaring fly ball center field. Back goes Dill with a warning track to the wall. It's gone. Jolie Mitchell for the 2nd game in a row. A round tripper, and the Longhorns up 4-1 here in the 7th inning.
As the Horns take on the SEC, search Retro Austin on the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Texas softball all season.
From Grand Oaks High School in Spring, Texas. For Hamilton, he is making his 3rd appearance of the year. No record, 7.71 ERA. 2 1/3 innings of work. He allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He's walked 1, struck out 2, surrendered 1 extra base hit, that being a double. And he comes on here, and with 2 outs, he's facing a right-hander. I think this would, in my opinion, will probably be, if he can get this out, it's what his job is to do, is get them to the 5th inning and limit any more damage. Texas down 4-0. They have 3 solo homers in the game, and then the base hit, stolen base, RBI single, the other run. 4 runs on 4 hits, 1 error if you're just tuning in for the Bobcats. Longhorns have no runs on 3 hits and have made no errors in the game as we play here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
This is Hudson Hamilton's first appearance since March 11th, and that in the Tuesday night game against UT Arlington, a 7-3 Texas victory. And it'll be Dawson Park to the plate. He popped out, a little soft pop-up to Kimball Schusler his first time up. So now, 2 down in the inning. Samson Pugh, the runner at second base. Hudson Hamilton, righty-righty matchup, working to the right-handed hitting Dawson Park. The first pitch is in there for a called strike. Hamilton will throw the fastball, has a cutter and a split. The stretch now from Hamilton, checking the runner at second. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. And quickly ahead of him, no balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, back-to-back sliders here. 2 good ones. I don't change anything. Come right back to it.
No balls, 2 strikes to the count. The 0-2. And it hit him. came in on him and hit him, and Park will take first base. That's one of the things you, unfortunately, as a pitching coach, boy, you see your pitcher jump quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, and then unable to finish it. It winds up being a hit batter.
You're trying to throw the fastball off the plate end to sort of go back to the slider, but sometimes you can get ahead of yourself. And what I mean by that is a pitcher, you don't have to make that perfect pitch inside right there. The guy's looking for a slider because if you just hit that inside corner, you can probably get the strikeout with the fastball there.
Now Alan Shibley, who drew a leadoff walk last inning before being erased in a 4-6-3 double play. Hamilton's first pitch is a fastball and missed upstairs. 93 on the gun from Hudson. It's ball 1. So runners at first and second. 2 out, 2 home for Texas State here in the 4th. A 4-0 Bobcat lead. The stretch. The pitch. Checked his swing. He didn't take it for a strike anyway, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count. Hudson Hamilton, the stretch and the pitch. 1-1 is off the plate for ball 2. Two balls and a strike.
Comes a big pitch, Craig. I mean, you've got the top of the order waiting. Got to find a way to get it out right now.
2 balls, 1 strike the count with 2 down. The 2-1 from Hamilton. And that's low for ball 3. Now 3 balls and a strike. So 3 balls and 1 strike the count now. 2 on, 2 out, 2 home for Texas State here in the 4th. That's in Hamilton, only his 3rd appearance of the season and his first in 6 weeks. Here's the 3-1. And it's popped up. Left side, foul territory. Casey Borba with the play, and he'll make the catch, and that will retire the Bobcats in the 4th. But Texas State adds 2 more runs on 2 hits with 2 runners left on base. We go to the 5th inning here in San Marcos. It's Texas State 4, Texas nothing. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
I'm here with Dan Christensen of DJC Law, Austin's largest veteran-owned personal injury law firm.
Hey, Craig, you're the best, but I got to tell you, you talk a lot.
Well, you know, it's kind of my job.
That's right. And when you do one thing for as long as you have, you get pretty good at it.
Now I feel like you're calling me old.
Just experienced.
Yeah, just like the team at DJC Law. They have over 200 years combined experience and 500 trials.
Don't forget, a 99% win rate.
That's a winning team. If you've been injured, call DJC Law, 512-888-9999, and get your justice. TeamJustice.com.
Principal office, Austin, Texas.
You hear that? That's the sound of forever. Because there's nowhere else you'd rather spend forever than on land like this. Tending a herd, growing crops, raising a family. At Capital Farm Credit, we thrive at helping the next generation of farmers and ranchers like yourself by providing advice, products, and opportunities to help you build a life on the land you love most. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com. Capital Farm Credit. Together, we're
go. Jackson Tier is a 6'1", 227-pound redshirt senior transfer from Trinity College. He's from San Antonio originally. Went to Johnson High School in San Antonio. He's making his 9th appearance. He has started 7 ball games for the Bobcats, 1-5 record, 6.92 earned run average, 26 innings of work, allowed 26 hits, 21 runs, 20 of those earned. He's walked 16 while striking out 30 in 26 innings of work. He surrendered 6 extra base hits, including 2 homers. He's hit 4 batters. He's thrown 3 wild pitches. And he is on here in the top of the 5th in what is a 4-0 game. If you're just tuning in, 3 solo homers to start the game. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, and then the Bobcats added a run without the benefit of a homer. And that bottom of the 4th, they lead here 4-0. And it will be 9-1-2 due for Texas here in the top of the fifth.
Jonah Williams was at the plate when Tommy Farmer was picked off of first in the fourth inning. So Jackson Tier, the right-hander, to face the left-handed hitting Jonah Williams. First pitch misses downstairs for a ball. Austin Eaton went 4 innings, allowed 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 1 wild pitch. He threw 67 pitches. Tier with a 1-0. And that's a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. That was a fastball there from Tier.
He's 3/4 short arm delivery. Big man. Muscular. 225 pounds. And ball gets up on you in a hurry.
The 1-1. That's fouled at the plate by Williams. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jonah.
He asked for time as the glove came off. Tried to get some stickum as his hand came off of the bat. Get a little spray stickum and comes back to the plate. You do get that timeout. He has no more left in the game as a hitter, but you don't want the bat to come out of your hand either.
That's true. Here's the stretch now. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout there. Tier strikes out the first batter he faces. It's out number 1 here in the top of the 5th.
That's good breaking ball. Had him over the top of it.
1 down, back to the top of the order. Ethan Mendoza singled, was left stranded at third base back in the first inning, struck out looking in the third. Mendoza setting his equipment in order, and the gloves and the bat. Now Ethan in the box from the right side. The right-hander, Jackson Tier, with the first pitch. And that one skips back to the screen for ball 1 to Mendoza. Ethan came into tonight's game batting .350 against righties and .333 against left-handers. Here's the 1-0. Takes a strike. Pitch right on the inside corner. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, slider. Started it out at Ethan and broke it back to the inside corner.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count. The right-hander, ready. The pitch swung on, chopped on the ground, foul. Right to the waiting arms of Nolan Kane, the associate head coach, right in the third base coaching box, and he'll toss it out of play. And the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ethan Mendoza. One and 2 to Ethan. The right-hander, Jackson Tier, ready in the 1-2 pitch. Fastball, missed outside. Actually went slider and zipped away. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. First 2 hitters he's faced, he's thrown largely sliders, the 2-2. And there is a fastball that skips back to the screen to run the count full.
And he skipped 2 back to the screen.
Yeah, he has.
Well, you can see in his numbers. He's got good stuff. It's his inability to throw it in the strike zone enough has been. If he's in the zone, a guy's tough to hit.
3 balls and 2 strikes to count. Mendoza steps back in now. Jackson Tier, the right-hander, with a payoff pitch. And that is outside ball 4. Yeah, you talk about a guy, if he's in the zone, is tough. A guy like Mendoza, he better be in the zone because Ethan's not going to extend.
Yeah, he does such an outstanding job of being in that leadoff spot and not going outside the zone. And that was a fairly close pitch there. And the other thing that happens to umpires get that you don't get any close pitches because you're just out. You're so out of the zone so often that the close pitch usually goes to the hitters.
You won't get the benefit of the doubt.
You're exactly right.
It's the first time since the first inning the Longhorns have had a base runner with less than 2 outs. When Mendoza drew a lead, was able to single open the game. Here's Galvan. Looks at a pitch downstairs for a ball. And they're starting to loosen up another right-hander in the pen for Texas State. And a left-hander. 1-0 the count. Mendoza leads from first. The stretch in the pitch. And that's outside. So now Jackson Tier, as Keith mentioned, having a little trouble locating the strike zone. The third baseman, Chase Mora, going to come in with a few words of encouragement for him. In the Bobcat bullpen, Josh Glazer, a right-hander, and a teammate last year of Adrian Rodriguez at Flower Mound is in the bullpen, the right-hander warming, and now they've got a second right-hander warming up.
And a left-hander in between is tossing too, so there's
activity.
There is a bevy.
Throw over to first. The other right-hander warming up is Bryson Dudley. And the left-hander is Braylon Timmons.
He sort of moved back and not throwing anymore.
2 balls, no strikes, the 2-0. And that's a strike. Oh, boy, a generous call there. He did give him the benefit of the doubt at the top of the zone. Galvan didn't think it was a strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to count to Ryland. Two and 1 the count to Galvan. Another throw to first, but Mendoza has only to hop back to the bag. He really hadn't stepped much at all away from it. Two balls and a strike the count. The 2-1 pitch from Tier. Pops sky high. This one, however, with some carry back in front of the warning track to the warning track where the catch was made by Pugh. It ended up having more carry than originally thought, but it's a long out nevertheless, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, that's the deepest part of this ballpark, and it did get a little help once it got up in that breeze, but just not enough to push it out of the ballpark.
2 down for Jalen Flores, who's reached base twice, on a single in the first and on an error by the shortstop Farber in the third. So 2 outs. Ethan Mendoza, the runner at first base. We're in the top of the 5th with Texas State leading Texas 4-0. The right-hander, Jackson Tier, ready, and here's the pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. 1-0 the count. Out of the stretch, Tier's pitch. Swung on, yanked, fair, inside the line and down into the corner. Now Mendoza will take off. He will be waved to the plate. Ethan Mendoza will score. It's an RBI double for Jalen Flores, and the Longhorns are on the board. It's now a 4-1 Texas State lead.
Well, he caught that fastball, tried to sneak it in on him, and boy, he just ripped it right down the line. A little bit of trouble in the outfield. Wasn't sure it was hit so hard. It got to the wall quickly, but we can't really see what exactly happened there, but there was a little trouble getting it out of there, and Mendoza hustling all the way gets around to score.
Yeah, kind of bounced around in the corner before Gingrich could get a firm grasp of it. That's the 17th double of the season for Jalen Flores. As we mentioned, second in the SEC in doubles. Now Gasparino to the plate. He is struck out swinging and walked. So a run home, a runner in scoring position, 2 outs here in the 5th. The pitch from Jackson Tier, and that one misses. Low and away, ball 1. So Longhorns able to break the seal and get on the scoreboard. That's their 4th hit of the game. Texas State also with 4, but 3 of their 4 hits solo homers. A ball and no strikes the count. Pitch to Gasparino, and he takes outside. It's 2-0. Kimball Schusler on deck.
One pitch, one spot, if you will, right here. Get you something you can barrel up.
2-0 the count to Gasparino with 2 down. The stretch and the pitch from Jackson Tier, and that's in there for a strike.
Good take.
On that breaking ball, it's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, the count to Gasparino with 2 down. Jackson Tier, the right-hander. Check of the runner. Flores at second base. Now the 2-1. That's low and away for ball 3. That's 3 balls and a strike to Gasparino. 3-1 the count. here looking in for the sign. From the first base side of the rubber, here's the 3-ball-1-strike pitch to Will Gasparino. Swings and a high fly ball out toward left center. It's blooping in. It's going to fall for a base hit. Coming in to score is Jalen Flores. Gasparino pops it up. The breeze knocks it down in front of the outfielders. It's an RBI single from Gasparino, and it's now a 4-2 ball game.
Well, big swing and a mistake. You make that first mistake as an outfielder. You think it's going to, Pugh thought it was hit well. He broke back one step, and that one step just makes it almost impossible to get to. And off at the end of the bat, boy, that is a big run on a ball that was not hit well, and this is going to lead to a pitching change.
Well, Kimball Schuessler due up. The Longhorns have trimmed the deficit in half now with 2 here in the top of the 5th. So it's a call to the bullpen here in the top of the 5th with the score Texas State 4, Texas 2. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Do you ever feel like when you're talking, nobody is listening? Sports Radio AM 1300 The Zone will listen to you. What is on your mind? Go! All you have to do is use the iHeartRadio app talkback feature when listening to AM 1300 The Zone.
Yo, hello, it's me. Enjoy the show.
We will get your message instantly, and we promise to listen to it. Baseball season is here, and the Round Rock Express are ready to take the field. Hear all the action right here on 1300 The Zone. Whether you're at home or on the road, stay connected with Round Rock Express Baseball live on 1300 The Zone.
The Cedar Park native out of Round Rock, Texas. Bryson Dudley comes into the game. He's 6 foot, 206-pound junior transferred in from Blinn College. For Dudley, he is making his 17th appearance. He has started a game, 3-1 record, 7.18 earned run average. He has earned 1 save, 26 1/3 innings of work. He's allowed 23 hits, 23 runs. 21 of those were earned. He has walked 18 while striking out 30. He has surrendered 11 extra base hits, including 3 homers. Opponents hit .232 against the right-hander. He's thrown 5 wild pitches, hit 4 batters. He has balked 3 times. So he has been active, and he comes on as the 3rd pitcher of the day for the Texas State Bobcats. Longhorns this inning started when Jonah Williams struck out, and then a walk to Ethan Mendoza, and Rylan Galvan fly to deep center field. Was put away, and then Flores doubled down the left field line. That drove in Mendoza, and then right behind him, off the end of the bat, Will Gasparino with a big swing. Pop-up falls in, and Longhorns have cut this 4-2 lead in half as Kimball Schuessler will come to the plate against Dudley. Here, top of the 5th inning. If you're just tuning in, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for UT. 4 runs on 4 hit, 1 miscue for Texas State as Kimball Schuessler will step in against Bryson Dudley.
So Dudley ready to go, and Schuessler is as well. Digs in. Dudley, the right-hander, ready to go, and here's the first pitch. He'll throw over to first. So 5 hits on the board now for the Longhorns, and they've trimmed the 4-run deficit in half and looking to do more damage. Dudley, the right-hander. Here's the first pitch to Schuessler, and that almost hit him. Flew inside, almost got him, but missed for ball 1.
Cedar Park native. Hard thrower. Appeared in a lot of games for the Bobcats.
Stretch from the right-hander down. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit to short. Charging up with it. Farber throws to first. It's dropped by the first baseman, Kei Defury. It was going to be a tough play. Farmer charging into throw across his body. It bounced in, and Defury couldn't hold it. And there are runners at first and second, and the inning continues.
It's one of those that going to his right, it was that in-between little hop, and he just couldn't hold on to it, Craig. And I'm not sure how they'll call that, but great opportunity here to take advantage. That should have been an out.
So now Adrian Rodriguez to the plate. They've not yet scored it. They put an error on the board. Yep, it's an error, an E6. Charged to Farber, his second error of the ballgame. First pitch to Rodriguez, misses downstairs. Mejia blocks it for ball one.
Texas has been such an opportunistic team, Craig. To be opportunistic, you got to take advantage when the other team gives you extra outs, and they've been really good at that all year. They didn't take advantage the first time. See if they can here.
1-0 the count with two down. Will Gasparino at second base. Kimball Schuessler at first. 2 runs home for Texas here in the fifth with two down. Still trailing 4-2. The stretch from the right-hander, Dudley. A look back to second. Here's the pitch. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes to count.
A good hitter's pitch here. A-Rod no longer really a freshman. He's got a ton of at-bats. He is a freshman hitter, but this is where he can look for that ball that he can really explode on.
The 2-0. Down and in, ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes to count to Adrian Rodriguez. Rodriguez digs in now. The right-hander Bryson Dudley. A look back to second. The 3-0. Taking all the way and taking ball 4 is Rodriguez. It'll load the bases for the Longhorns. They had the bases loaded 2 innings ago with 2 down. Could not capitalize, as Keith mentioned. Now they've got them loaded for Kei Morimoto. So Gasparino was at third base. Schuessler at second. Rodriguez at first. Dudley with the walk. It's the second walk of the inning. There's been an error, a double, and an infield single or a bloop single. So now Borba at the plate with 2 down. Dudley looks back to second. The pitch. And that's in there for a strike to Casey. Borba is grounded out twice. That's short. Nothing in 1 the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased an elevated fastball at 94 on the gun, and Casey quickly down on the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's challenging. Probably going to get a bender here, though.
No balls, 2 strikes to count. The 0-2 way outside. 95 on the gun, but it was way off the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Borba. He takes downstairs. The count is even at 2-2.
That was the breaking ball. That's a nice job of laying off of that. That was in a location where, as a hitter, you'd had an opportunity to swing. Well, this is the pitch of the at-bat right now.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A stretch from the right-hander Bryson Dudley. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Kei Morimoto. Swings and a ground ball through on the left side, of base hit. 2 runs will score. Borba with a big turn. He's going to head for second. He's going to be out. The second run did cross the plate in time to tie the score, but Borba, trying to stretch it into a double, is out at second base. It'll end the inning, but the Longhorns plate 4 to tie the score. In the fifth, Texas scores 4 runs on 3 hits. There was an error and 1 runner left on base. Halfway through this one, here in San Marcos, we start all over again. It's Texas 4, Texas State 4. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Fly to Philly, take off to Tampa, Depart for Denver. Following your team on the road is more rewarding with the American Airlines Advantage program. Your flights and everyday spend not only earn you miles toward your next trip, but also loyalty points toward Advantage status. All the more reason to purchase both a home and away jersey. With status comes great benefits like priority boarding, free checked bags, and complimentary upgrades. Not a member? Enroll for free today at AA.com. American Airlines, you are why we fly. Terms and conditions apply.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KHFI HD2 and K276EL.
It's a 4 spot on the board. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. For the Horns, 4 runs on 4 hits, 2 miscues. The second one finally turns into something positive for Texas. Borba, though, is thrown out trying to get to second base to end the inning. So halfway home, 4.5 in the books. Hudson Hamilton now the pitcher of record as he is out here to face the top of the order in the bottom of the 5th.
Leading it off for Texas State is Ryan Farber. And Hamilton's first pitch is in there for a strike. Grayson Saunier started for Texas, went 3 innings, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a walk, 2 strikeouts. He threw 44 pitches. And Bryce Navarre came in the 4th with 1 out. Started the 4th, rather, and pitches downstairs for a ball, 1 ball, 1 strike. And Navarre, in 2/3 inning, recorded a couple outs. 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a walk, 2 strikeouts, a wild pitch. He threw 26 pitches, but neither will factor in the decision. As Keith mentioned, Hudson Hamilton has the decision in his hands at the moment. The 1-1. That's there, strike 2. Hudson has thrown a good slider early on. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count.
Well, that's a good location with that one there. The fans didn't like it, but it nipped that inside corner.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count. To Ryan Farber, who's grounded 4-3 and into a 4-6-3 double play. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. Complete the put out with a throw down the first that was a little adventurous. That one's up there.
I think he tagged him.
I thought he did as well. But Jim Schlossnagels asked him. He said, no, he didn't. Wow. Galvan says, I got him, but doesn't matter. Home plate umpire Ronnie Teague said, I didn't see you tag him.
Well, then a nice job by Kimball Schuessler to climb the ladder and come down with that.
A lot of folks said, well, what was all the ruckus and all the fuss about there as Chase Mora comes to the plate. First pitch misses low, and like you always say, if you're running, you run it out the first. You make the guy make the play for you. Sometimes you'll get an errant throw, and that one was elevated, but Schuessler did a good job to pull it in and tag the base. So the put-out goes 2-3, but it is a strikeout for Hamilton. This one's hit on the ground in a hole at short. Backhanded by Flores. Long throw is not going to be in time. So a 1-out infield single for Chase Mora.
Well, Flores couldn't get it out of his glove. If he gets the first exchange and makes the same throw, he gets him. But he had to go in twice to get it. And when you're on the run, it really takes something off of your throw, and he was able to beat it out. Boy, I tell you what, this guy coming to the plate right here, keep it in the ballpark.
Yeah, Kei Defury has had 2 at-bats, 2 plate appearances, 2 home runs. The first one in the first inning was a 2-out solo shot off Grayson Saunier. The second was a leadoff homer off Bryce Navarre last inning. Infield with the heavy shift over. Hamilton's pitch, he squares and bunts it foul into the screen for strike 1.
Well, you hit 2 home runs, go ahead, bunt. I would, if you want, is that what you want to do? Go for it. I mean, the shift's on. It would be a base hit, but still.
We'll see if he tries it again. Again, he'd only hit one home run for the entire season coming into tonight. Not squaring, and takes a pitch off the plate, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. But when you're in that zone and you've hit a couple out,
I guarantee you Texas would say, fine,
take it.
Take it. If that's what you want to do, take it. We'll get the next guy's a right in and we'll get a double play ball.
Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Now we'll throw over to first. Mora, by the way, is the biggest base stealing threat other than Farber. Farber, 12 out of 15. Mora is a perfect 8 for 8. So there is speed on the bases. The count is a ball and a strike to Kei Defury. A stretch from Hudson Hamilton, and the right-hander's 1-1 pitch to Defury will be delayed. He throws over, boy, the pitch clock down to 1.
He's got to do something with it.
Stepped off, fired to first. Here's the stretch now. The pitch. And that's in there for a strike. I want to go back to what we were saying earlier. And we saw a situation last week where out in Kentucky when the Longhorns were able to get that double play when Mendoza let the ball bounce in front of him. There was a similar thing that happened in Major League Baseball this week involving the Toronto Blue Jays. And
Vlad
Jr. was playing at first. Runner goes. Swung on, hit and run, and it's through on the right side, a base hit. Over to third base goes Mora. And Defury is 3 for 3. Hit and run single, and the runner's on the corners with 1 out.
Got a really nice jump there as he was going off with the pitch, and with the shift on. It's interesting, really hard to figure out. Farmer was trying to figure out where to throw the ball because there's nobody at third base with the shift on.
So now runners on the corners, 1 out. Austin Mungia struck out swinging. Mungia then walked, stole second, and scored on Samson Pugh's RBI hit last inning. So the Longhorns score 4 runs to tie it, and Texas State comes right back with a threat here in the bottom of the 5th. Runners on the corners, 1 out. First pitch is a strike. So Vlad Guerrero Jr. with a runner on first and 1 out, allowed a pop-up to drop right in front of him, and he was able to get the out at first, then throw down the second for a double play. It was similar to what we saw in Kentucky. Here's a pitch, swing, and a missed strike 2. And a lot of folks who didn't understand the infield fly rule were commenting, saying, why is the infield fly rule not called? Because there was only 1 runner on base. It was not runners at first and second. That's the first and most important thing. But there's another lesson to be learned out of here, and Keith teaches a lot of lessons for young ball players. Here's the stretch. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. A big strikeout there for Hudson Hamilton, and they're 2 down.
That's a good breaking ball right there. Tight.
4 strikeout for Hamilton. 2 gone. And here's Ian Collier, who has struck out twice, once against Saunier, once against Navarre. Now he faces Hamilton.
Well, the reason that he was able to do that is, Vlad, I know the point you're going to make. You got to run the ball out.
Got to run it first. You have to. And the runner did not bother. He just kind of jogged down the line, and it gave Guerrero a chance to step on the bag, then throw to second and get the lead runner. And people can say whatever they want about, that's making a mockery of the game letting in front. No, it's a smart play if the runner's not running to first.
Yeah, you've got to know that the guy's not hustling and just upset that he popped it up, knew it was an out, and that's what he thought. He wasn't even to the cutout of the line. I saw the replay of the play perfectly, and Vlad looked at him, looked at the ball, looked down, and just let it fall, and he knew his second baseman was at first base. So they flip it to first, get that force, and now you got the guy between first and second with nowhere to go.
Wound up being a 3-4-6 double play?
Exactly.
First pitch was a ball to Collier. So runners on the corners, 2 down. Hamilton not out of the woods, but a chance to get out of the woods here with 2 outs and runners on the corners. A stretch from Hudson. The 1-0. And that's off the end of the bat, but a foul ball. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Hamilton with 2 strikeouts. Navarre with 2 strikeouts. Saunier with 2 strikeouts. Hudson Hamilton is trying to get it out here to end the inning.
Any way possible.
Keep the momentum in the first base dugout, on the Longhorn dugout. Texas had just scored 4 in the top of this inning, the 5th to tie the score at 4. Now Texas State with runners on the corners and 2 down. Hudson Hamilton, the right-hander. Here's the stretch. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch to Ian Collier. Down and away, and it gets away from Galvan. Here comes the runner to the plate. The tag, not in time. Up to second. Moves Kei Defury. Chase Mora scores on it. And Texas State is back in front 5-4.
Didn't get away far, but just far enough. And Hamilton having to sprint to the plate. And when you're sprinting with that kind of, your momentum going the way, he couldn't get in position to make the tag. The ball might have beat him back to the plate. But Hamilton was inside, behind home plate, couldn't reach back and make the tag.
2 balls and a strike the count. The Collier now. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So now, just trying to limit the damage to only 1 run. 2-2 the count. Scored a wild pitch. Allowed the run to score from third. And the runner, Defury, to reach second base. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch to Collier. And he fouls it into the screen.
Just to finish your point, saw it one other time in my big league career. And one of the smartest players around was a shortstop named Mark Belanger.
For the Orioles.
He would do it a couple of times a year when he would change runners. He knew you had a fast runner at first base. There'd be something he could catch. He would make sure that the ball fell and get the lead runner at second to get a slower runner on first base.
That's a smart play. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Hamilton able to strike out the side, but wrapped around it. Texas State reclaims the lead. They score a run on 2 hits with a runner left. We're through 5 complete here in San Marcos. It's the Bobcats 5 and the Longhorns 4. Texas Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
As Texans, we have many reasons to be proud of the Lone Star State. Showing our pride by saying, don't mess with Texas, means we gotta step up, walk the walk, do our part to keep Texas clean. Because after all these years, all the roads we travel, and all of our traditions, for all us Texans, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Port, Chicago, Illinois.
We knew it was going to be an offensive night. Wind continues to blow out. We have seen 3 homers, but all by one team, by the Bobcats at Texas State. Longhorns do put a 4 spot on the board, though, in the top of the 5th inning. It is a 5-4 Bobcat lead. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Texas. 5 runs, 6 hits, 2 miscues for the Bobcats. Coming to the plate will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Texas here as we go to the top of the 6th.
Well, the Longhorns sent everyone to the plate but Tommy Farmer in the 5th inning. Farmer has grounded short and then walked and then was picked off to end the 4th. So Tommy at the plate now. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. Well, this game has been marked by a couple of other things as Farmer digs back in. Dudley, the right-hander, deals a strike. The former Cedar Ridge Raider from Round Rock fires in a strike. And It's marked by 2 errors made by Texas State, by the shortstop Farber, one that didn't cost him, one that did. That's one thing. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and a ball hit toward left, chasing back and making the catch as Gingrich, he started in, was able to get back for out number 1. So 1 down. The other thing, Keith, unfortunately for the Longhorns, a couple of base running mistakes. Farmer picked off with 2 outs in the 4th, and then Borba got the big RBI single to tie, but tried to stretch it into a double, kind of hesitated and was out. So sometimes we refer to these on Tuesday nights on our broadcast as Teaching Tuesdays, as Keith is teaching the youngsters about what to look for and what to do. First pitch fouled back on a bunt by Jonah Williams. It's also Taco Tuesday, you know. I did go to Herbert's Taco
There you go.
before the game.
There you go.
So it is a Taco Tuesday, but it's a Teaching Tuesday. 0-1 the count of Jonah Williams, and the 0-1 takes downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's good right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I wish you hadn't mentioned that.
Sorry about that. The lunch special's great on Tuesdays. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and the ball hit out toward right. This one back, and it is off the wall. Williams will take a big turn. He better turn on the jet slide. He's out. Boy, it took a great throw from the right fielder, Shibley, but he made it. It was a base hit for Jonah Williams, and even with his speed, Shibley's throw was on the mark. And Jonah Williams is out for out number 2.
This is a perfect throw. You can't play it any better. It would hit off the wall, came right back to him, and then he comes up with an outstanding throw. I mean, didn't have to move, right on target. 8-6 on the putout.
So
9-6, excuse me.
So with 2 down, back to the top of the order, Ethan Mendoza is single, struck out looking, then walked and scored last inning. 7th hit on the board for Texas, but out at second is Jonah. And the first pitch misses inside. I don't know that I would put that into the category of the other base running mistakes. That's just a great play.
Oh, it was a great throw.
Shibley.
It was just a great throw.
He got the hop he needed and fired it back in a perfect strike to the shortstop Farmer to put the tag on Jonah Williams. The 1-0. That's high. 2 balls, no strikes to count.
And also, it's another teaching moment. You want to get into scoring position if you get that opportunity. So it was the right move. You're going to make the play, make a perfect throw to get you, and he did.
2-0 the count to Ethan Mendoza with 2 down. Here's the windup from Dudley in the pitch. And that one misses for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes to count to Mendoza. 3-0 to Ethan.
We got a big crowd here tonight.
3rd largest in Texas State history. Here's the 3-0. Mendoza takes a strike. It's 3-1. 3,217. 3rd largest crowd in Texas State history.
Wow. I knew it was a big crowd. They're all over the softball field. They're everywhere.
3-1 the count. The 3-ball, 1 strike pitch pops sky high. This should get Texas State out of the inning. Kei Defury, the first baseman, settles under, and then it's the second baseman, Park, who made it. Ended up making the catch. But the Longhorns wind up sending the minimum to the plate. No runs, a hit, nobody left. Through 5.5 innings in San Marcos, Texas State leads Texas 5-4. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Since 1909, the Coverts have grown with Texas, driving progress, earning trust, and serving our communities. 116 years later, my family's proud to continue this legacy at Covert Chevrolet in Bastrop, delivering exceptional service and continuing a reputation of excellence. Covert Chevrolet in Bastrop. Come see us or shop our low rates and special offers online at covertbastrop.com. Trade-in values are up, so now's the time to trade in and trade up. Covert Chevrolet, Highway 71 in Bastrop. Together, let's drive.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are big. Biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wild at the world of WinStar.
Longhorns go to the bullpen here, the bottom of the sixth. They get the big right-hander, Connor McCrary, 6'6", 238-pound junior from New York, St. Anthony's, and transferred in from South Carolina. Big right-hander, three-quarter delivery, has an excellent fastball. And on the season, he is making his third appearance of the year. No record, no ERA. He's pitched an inning, allowed no hits, 2 runs. Both were unearned. He walked 4, has not struck out a batter. Opponents do not have a batting average against him. And he comes on here, bottom of the 6th inning, in what is a 5-4 Bobcat lead.
The closing line on Hudson Hamilton, he went an inning and a third, allowed 2 hits, 1 run that was earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts, 1 costly wild pitch. Did not hit a batter. He threw 27 pitches, and we mentioned about him being the pitcher record. He is that right now with the Longhorns on the short end of the ledger at 5-4 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. So, for Texas State, Samson Pugh will lead it off. With Texas, again, chasing a deficit as Texas State bats here in the home half of the 6th inning. So Pugh to lead it off. Pugh is grounded back to the box, singled to drive in their 4th run back in the 4th inning. So here's Connor McCrary ready to work. And the right-hander's first pitch misses downstairs for a ball.
It's got excellent stuff. It's about strikes. Pitches from the third base side of the rubber, 3/4 sidearm delivery, and it's got some giddy up on it.
Pitch misses for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and no strikes now. To Samson Pugh. 2-0 the count. McCreary sets. Connor's 2-0. That bounces low with a fastball for ball 3. So 3-0 the count. To leadoff man here in the Bobcat 6th. Three and nothing. McCreary works from that third base side of the rubber. There's the stretch from Connor. The right-hander's 3-0 pitch, and it hit him. Well, this is not the start Connor McCreary wanted. 3 pitches out of the zone and then a hit batter to open the bottom of the 6th.
Leadoff free passes have a tendency to score on a regular basis. And see what he can do here. His activity in the Texas bullpen.
So the leadoff man is aboard, and
Duplantier is throwing in the Texas bullpen.
So Andre begins to throw down there, and here is Zachary Gingrich at a 2-out solo homer in the 2nd. Struck out swinging in the 4th. McCreary with the stretch and the first pitch. And that misses inside, ball 1. Connor trying to reel it in now. So here's the stretch. The 1-0. And that's inside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. And Rylan Gavlon's going to run out there to talk to him a little bit here.
Well, there's a couple of things you're doing here. You try to settle down your start. I mean, you're not your starter, but your pitcher. And it allows to make sure that Duplantier is ready to go if the manager decides or the head coach decides to make that change.
So 2 balls, no strikes the count. And I would imagine, I'm sure Connor may know this, that Gingrich is probably going to be taking since he hasn't thrown a strike yet.
He is not swinging.
So McCreary ready. Here's the 2-0. And that's low for ball 3. So, McCrary and Gingrich was not swinging as we thought. So 3-0, and you know for sure he's not swinging now. Here's the 3-0. That one is in there for a strike. 3 balls and a strike to count to Zachary Gingrich. So off the schneid is McCurry. Now try to dial in, get another strike here. 3 balls and a strike to count to Zachary Gingrich. The 3-1. That's in there for strike 2. So 3-2 the count to Gingrich. McCrary sets himself. Here's the 3-ball, 2-strike pitch. Runner goes. Pitch is ball 4. Missed inside. So a hit batter and then a walk. And there's 2 on with nobody out. And that's going to be all for Connor McCrary. We will see Andre Duplantier come out of the Texas pen. Andre completes a few more warm-up tosses, but that's going to be all for Connor McCrary. A call to the bullpen here in the 6th inning. The score is Texas State 5 and Texas 4, and Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Texas softball is heating up. Catch every pitch.
Soaring fly ball center field. Back goes Dill with a warning track to the wall. It's gone. Jolie Mitchell for the 2nd game in a row. A round tripper, and the Longhorns up 4-1 here in the 7th inning.
As the Horns take on the SEC, search Retro Austin on the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Texas softball all season long. Do you ever feel like when you're talking, nobody is listening? Sports Radio AM 1300 The Zone will listen to you. What is on your mind? Go! All you have to do is use the iHeartRadio app talkback feature when listening to AM 1300 The Zone.
Yo, hello, it's me. Enjoy the show.
We will get your message instantly, and we promise to listen to it.
Summer Creek High School in the Houston area. And on the season, Dre is making his 13th appearance, all in relief. 2-0 record, 3.86 earned run average. 16 in the 3rd innings of work, allowed just 10 base hits. 8 runs, 7 of those earned. He's walked 6 while striking out 18. He surrendered 2 extra base hits, both doubles. Opponents are only hitting 172 against him. And he comes on here, probably a bunt situation, to be honest. At 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Bottom of the 6th, you're just tuning in. The Bobcats jumped out to a 4-0 lead. The Longhorns scored 4 to tie it in the top of the 5th. And then the Bobcats answered with 1 in the bottom of the 5th themselves and have a 5-4 lead here as we play in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, Dawson Park is due up. He's popped the first and been hit by a pitch. So he comes to the plate now. Does Park. And as Keith mentioned, in all probability, we'll see him look to lay down a bunt.
Texas is anticipating bunt. Put it, the corners are definitely up. Dre's a good athlete. I also played some third base his freshman year when he came into campus, so he can move around pretty well on the mound.
From the stretch, Duplantier ready to go on the first pitch coming to Dawson Park. He does square, and he takes a fastball high for ball 1. Samson Pugh at second base. Zachary Gingrich at first. 2 on, nobody out. Here in the bottom of the 6th. The stretch from the right-hander Duplantier. Here's the pitch. Squaring. Good bunt out front of the mound. Up with it. Duplantier gets the lead runner at third. Dre able to whirl around, got off the mound quickly, fired to third. It'll be a 1-5 fielder's choice for out number 1.
Well, we said that he was a good athlete, fills his position very well, really took a chance there because he had to spin and throw, and it was very close. It was one of those where, you know, if you don't get the out there, you got real trouble, but nice play to get that lead out.
One down, number 9 hitter, Alan Shibley, has walked and popped to third. Still runners at first and second, but now one out. Plantier's pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit out toward right. Playable for Farmer. He'll make the catch. Runners have to hold. Tommy with a great throw in, and they're now 2 down. So 2 quick outs recorded by Duplantier and a chance to get out of the inning. With 2 down, back to the top of the order, Ryan Farmer. Farmer is grounded out twice on the right side of the infield, once into a double play, and he also struck out swinging against Hudson Hamilton last inning.
Well, you can't. You've got 2 good outs. You're out of the bullpen. You're thinking, but you can't relax. You still got another tough out to get here to get yourself to the last third of the ball game, just down 1.
By the way, Hudson Hamilton went an inning and a third, allowed 2 hits and a run that was earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts, wild pitch, hit a batter, 27 pitches. Connor McCreary faced only 2 batters and threw 10 pitches, 8 of those outside the zone. And now Duplantier trying to get him off the schneid. First pitch is off the plate for a ball. 1-0 the count to Farmer with 2 down here in the home half of the 6th inning. Plantier was set. Andre with a 1-0. And that's fouled off on the third base side. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. So you've been to Herbert's Taco Hut before?
Yes.
It's quite the place, isn't it? Over by the river.
Yes.
1 ball and 1 strike the count.
That's what I said. It sounded good right now.
Here's the stretch now from Andre Duplantier. The 1-1 to Farmer, and he takes downstairs for ball 2. Boy, that was very close, but it's 2 balls and a strike. And Jim Schlassel not happy with that call. The home plate umpire, Ronnie Teague, gives him a look. 2 balls, 1 strike the count with 2 down. Here's Duplantier, the stretch. Dre's 2-1 pitch coming to Ryan Farmer. Checks his swing. Did he go around? He didn't. And now it's 3 balls and a strike to Farmer.
I like the location. Not sure he didn't swing. I thought the pitch before was a strike, but you don't want to lay one in there right there. He went to that cutter in under the hands and just able to hold up.
3-1 the count. The 3 ball, 1 strike pitch. And that's in there for strike 2. Yeah, Dre throws the sinker, the cutter, the slider, and a changeup. And so now, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The runners will be off. Gingrich from second, Park from first. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Duplantier. The set and the payoff pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate. Boy, just got out of the glove off of Galvo.
If he didn't foul tip the ball, it's strikeout.
Yeah.
But he did get a piece of the ball because the ball hit him.
Yep.
But that's what.
But he was swinging.
He was swinging, so it could have been a strikeout. But if he must have made contact with the bat, then it's a foul ball. But if he swings through it in the bat, he gets hit. He doesn't. It's not awarded first base. He's out.
So now they'll do it again on 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Duplantier the stretch. The payoff pitch to Ryan Farmer. Runners go. It's outside ball 4. The bases are loaded now. Gingrich advances to third. Park to second. Farmer, the runner at first. And here's Chase Mora. Mora has flied to center, grounded back to the pitcher, and reached on an infield single and scored what to this point is the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That happened in the bottom of the 5th. And Max Wiener, the Longhorns pitching coach, out to visit with Andre Duplantier.
Make sure you go over your game plan. Everybody knows what exactly you want to try to do here.
Second walk of the inning, the first one coming from McCreary after he hit Samson Pugh with a pitch. So then Pugh was forced at third on a bunt attempt, but still the runners at second and third, the property of McCreary. And Duplantier just walking Farmer to load the bases. So no place to put Chase Moore, and he's got to come after him here with 2 down and the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 6th. Critical moment in this ball game. Duplantier out of the stretch. Here's the pitch, and it's up and in, I guess, for a ball. It's 1-0. When Dre throws the off-speed thing that floats up, it's right at the top of the zone, and they have been borderline, but he's not been given the call 3 times on that here since coming in. Here's the 1-0. And that's low for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, no place to put him. Two and 0 to Chase Moore with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Duplantier out of the stretch. The 2-0. And that's in there for a strike. Came back with a fastball, and it's 2-1 the count to Mora.
Mora was taken all the way there. That was a very hittable pitch. I mean, Dre had to throw a strike there.
2 balls, 1 strike the count with 2 down. The 2-1 pitch to Mora. Fouls it back, and the count is even at 2-2.
I went to that sweeper and got him off the end of the bat, got back into the count here. Good thing we're playing here tonight. It is pouring in Austin.
Just down below the front. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded for Texas State. Andre Duplantier nods, set at the belt. The 2-2 pitch to Chase Mora. Swung on, and a fly ball hit well out toward left. Back to the warning track. It's a grand slam home run. Well, he needed to throw a strike, but that one just caught too much of the plate. Chase Mora with a grand slam, and Texas State now leads it 9-4.
He went to the breaking ball. Just left it up. Mora put a charge into it. Wind is blowing out. It was a line drive type ball that just got out of the park.
2 of those runs will be charged to Connor McCreary. The other 2 to Andre Duplantier. But Texas State, which led 4-0, then the Longhorns came back to tie it at 4, now up 9-4. With the inning still going on here with Kei Defury, who has 2 home runs and a single. He's 3 for 3 tonight. Plantier's pitch off the plate for a ball. One and 0 the count. Duplantier, the 1-0 pitch, and almost hits him inside. 2 balls and no strikes. So 2-0 the count. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. So 2 balls, 1 strike the count with 2 down. Duplantiers 2-1 pitch. That's strike 2 on the outside corner. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Duplantier with a 2-2 pitch coming to Kei Defury. And he swings, and it's a hard ball knocked down by Schlassel. Flips to Duplantier covering. Excellent play by Kimball. And that'll retire the Bobcats in the 6th. But damage done as Texas State scores 4 runs on one big hit, the grand slam by Chase Mora. Nobody left on base. Through 6 complete, it's now Texas State 9, Texas 4. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Now's the time to get a great deal on Kubota construction equipment featuring durable Kubota engines, more comfort, more productivity, more get it done right. The Kubota construction lineup shows up ready to work every day. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for 48 months or save up to $4,500. Now through June 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
From the Texas coast to the Texas Hill Country, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had a Dundee. Instead, you have this, The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories.
Your kids watch that?
Never.
No, come on.
They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Grand slam separates this game for the Bobcats. They lead the Longhorns 9-4 here. And how about Dawson Park, who bunted, was on base for the grand slam, rushed out to the bullpen, and now it comes on to be the pitcher. He is an infielder or an outfielder tonight and a pitcher, 5'11", 167-pound freshman from Magnolia West High School, Magnolia High School, Magnolia, Texas. And on the season, he is only making his second appearance on the mound for the Bobcats. He has no record, no ERA. He's pitched 1 inning, allowed nothing, struck out 2 batters, didn't walk a batter. And he comes on here in relief for the last third of the game. Not sure how long he'll go, but we are to the last third of the ball game. A 9-4 Texas State lead. 9 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. 4 of those 7 hits have left the ballpark. For the Longhorns, 4 runs on 7 hits. No miscues in the game. A lot of work to come back in this one. See if they can get it done. It will be the 2, 3, and 4 spots in the order for Texas here in the top of the 7th.
Justin Vasos is the new second baseman since Dawson Park has moved from second base to the mound. So Justin Vasos is the runner at second, or rather the second baseman. Rylan Galvan looks at a pitch downstairs for a ball. Galvan struck out swinging, doubled and flied to center. Here's the 1-0. Takes that for a strike at the knees. Count is even at 1-1. Bryson Dudley went an inning in the third. Allowed 2 hits, a run that was unearned, a walk, no strikeouts. He threw 22 pitches. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch, and it misses inside. It is 2 balls and a strike. Dudley perhaps in line to vulture a win out of this, because remember, he allowed the tying run.
Yes.
Has scored, but of course was the pitcher record when Texas State reclaimed the lead. That pitch was in tight with a fastball, and it's 3-1 now. It was 92 on the gun there, so the second baseman, Park, with some velo. So it's 3 balls and a strike. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that's down and in. And Longhorns have the leadoff man aboard. Well, if you're going to start a big comeback, you start with something. And Galvan draws the leadoff walk.
Usually going to get some help if you're going to come back as well. Leadoff base runner.
Jalen Flores to the plate. Flores has reached base in all 3 trips to the plate. He singled in the first, reached on an error by the shortstop Farber in the third, doubled in a run and scored one of the runs in the 4-run Texas 5th. So Flores digs in. Park's pitch, and that's a strike on the inside corner. 0-1 the count. Each team with 7 hits on the board. But Texas State up 5 runs. That pitch misses inside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Unique statistic. Flores, 9 homers, 17 doubles. More than half of his hits have been for extra bases.
How about that? Swings here and pulls one foul into the Bobcat dugout. This catch made there in the Texas State dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Jalen Flores. So 1 and 2 the count. Flores back in now. But 1 ball, 2 strike pitch, and that's down and in.
Park hasn't been able to get his breaking ball. Everything is backed up on him. It's been inside. His fastball's got some good movement to it, but he has been unable to get that breaking ball to break away from the right-handed hitters to this point.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count. 2-2 pitch down and in, ball 3. Missed with a fastball in off the shoe tops, and the count is full now. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to count to Jalen Flores.
Big pitch.
Bobcats do have the bullpen starting to get loose again. Swing and a miss. Flores strikes out. Runner going and stealing second base is Rylan Galvine.
I think he saw the ball in the dirt. I think it'll be a wild pitch.
It may well be scored a wild pitch. Flores does strike out. There is 1 out. Galvine is at second base. So
Stephen Trout wanting to know if there was interference there because the ball rolled away. Flores did not do anything extra to get in the way. So he'll be awarded second base on what I would believe is called a wild pitch.
So here's Gasparino. Will was struck out swinging, walked, had an RBI single on that bloop to shallow left center and scored the 3rd of the 4 Texas runs back in the 5th. Takes a pitch inside for ball 1. One and 0 the count. Here's the pitch. And that misses downstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. The count. So 2 and 0 the count. The 2-0. And that's taken for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. By the way, in the official score, in case you're wondering about this, with Vasos going to second, Park going to the mound, the designated hitter is removed, Ian Collier.
Yes, he is.
So he has been moved. Meanwhile, warning, I think, for Park about eyes up. So it's 2 balls and a strike. So Vasos, the second baseman, is in the batting order in Collier's spot. And, of course, Park remains in his spot while moving from second base to the mound. 2 balls and a strike to count to Will Gasparino. The 2-1. Almost hit him. Missed inside for ball 3, and it's 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike to Will. Kimball Schuessler on deck. A 9-4 Texas State lead here in the top of the 7th inning. 3-1. Inside, ball 4. So a pair of walks. It was called, by the way, a pass ball that allowed Galvan to reach second base for those who are scoring. So 2 walks, a pass ball, and a swinging strikeout so far for Dawson Park, and that might be all for Dawson Park.
Well, he can go back to second base, and then the pitcher would go in to the spot of the DH spot.
That's exactly right.
If they make that move, or they can take him totally out of the game, and then the pitcher would go in Park's spot in the order. It's confusing when you pick the DH and make him a pitcher.
When you put him into the batting order, which is what happened when Park went to the mound, which was an otherwise unoccupied spot in the batting order. They're going to stick with him. So Dawson Park remains out there. And here's Kimball Schuessler. who's 0 for 3, but his last time up, he reached on an error by the shortstop. Farmer kept the inning going, and he wound up scoring the 4th run of the inning on the 2-run hit by Kei Morimoto. So now, here's Schlassel to play. 2 on, 1 out, top of the 7th. Texas trailing 9-4. Stretch from the right-hander, Park. A look back to second, and the first pitch to Schlassel. And he takes a strike on the inside. Boy, that corner on the inside corner, and Schlassel looking at the home plate umpire, Roddy T.
He did turn pretty quickly, didn't he?
0-1 the count. Park set at the bell. Here's the pitch. Swung on, chopped on the ground, and that's through on the left side of base hit. Galvan around third. He'll head for the plate. He will score an RBI single from Kimball Schlassel. It's a 9-5 ball game.
Just come right back. That's what good teams do. They come right back and say, all right, if you're going to give us some breaks, and 2 walks in the inning, and finally the first base hit turns in to a run, and now get one up in the breeze right here, and it's a 1-run game again.
Adrian Rodriguez to the plate. They've had a left-hander warming up off and on here in the bullpen, and he's back up and throwing again, and I think that's going to be it. So Dawson Park, it'd be interesting to see if Park goes back to second, if Vasos comes out of the ball game, or if Park is just done for the night. They're talking about it. And Park is hesitating. Do I go to the dugout? He's done. So Vasos will remain at second. Park is done. It's a call to the bullpen. We'll tell you about the pitcher coming up. Here in the top of the 7th with Texas State. Well, Park, wait a minute.
Staying in the game.
So he'll stay at second base. Vasos comes out now. So we'll tell you about the pitcher coming in after this call to the bullpen here in the 7th. It's 9-5 Texas State, and Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Get ready to cheer on your Round Rock Express right here on 1300 The Zone. From the first pitch to the final out, Round Rock Express baseball, only on 1300 The Zone. Text Texas, followed by your message to 81530 to chat along with your favorite sports radio AM 1300 The Zone hosts. That's Texas, followed by your message to 81530. Standard data and message rates may apply.
The new pitcher for the Bobcats is Braylon Timmons. He's a 6'1", 172-pound junior transfer, Grand Prairie, Texas, South Grand Prairie High School, transferred in from Weatherford College. On the season, this is his 15th appearance on the year. No record, 10.03 earned run average. 11 2/3 innings of work, allowed 13 hits, 13 runs, all 13 earned, walked 9 while striking out 18. He has surrendered 5 extra base hits, including 3 homers. He has hit 3 batters, hasn't thrown a wild pitch, and he comes on here, and it looks like Texas will stay with Adrian Rodriguez, even though it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup.
And we've talked about A-Rod having to bat exclusively left-handed these days because of the injury to the hand, at that top part of the hand and the hamate, and with that edema, but coming off and getting better. But of course,
well, you got two guys in a row that have struggled against left-handed pitching. Borba also is in that. So it's, they look at the charts.
Yeah, they can see the numbers like we're looking at them right now. They can
see
definitely
the charts.
See that. They can look at that and see that Adrian Rodriguez is 2 out of 25 against lefties this year. 080, 356 against right-handers. So we'll see if A-Rod can change that a little bit here. Runners at first and second, 1 out. And the third baseman, Mora, kind of cheating in a little just in case. A-Rod had a notion about trying to drop a bunt to see if he can get a single. Park returns to second base, as we mentioned. So now it's Braylon Timmons on the mound. Lefty-lefty matchup, and the lanky lefty, Braylon Timmons. A look back to second. Here's the first pitch to Rodriguez. And he'll take it for strike one.
As you throw a fastball, and it was a good location. More than likely, this is going to be a breaking ball just to see how A-Rod reacts to it.
Here's the stretch from Timmons, the pitch. And that bounces in the field turf. Nice block by the catcher, Mungia. 1-1 strike the count.
And it was a slider.
So a ball and a strike the count.
Now it's interesting because as a hitter, this is the tough pitch because you don't know if he's coming back with a slider or the fastball.
The 1-1 strike pitch to Rodriguez. And he'll take the fastball for a strike at the knees. It's 1-2.
Pretty good chance this is going to be the slider.
So a ball and 2 strikes the count to A-Rod. Timmons, the stretch. Check of the runner at second. A 1-2. And it's low. As Rodriguez laid off the slider, the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count to Rodriguez. Will Gasparino at second base, Kimball Schlassel at first. The stretch from Braylon Timmons. The 2-2, and it's fouled. As
pretty good pitch right there to fight off.
Rodriguez able to get a bat on it. 91 miles an hour on the fastball. So the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The stretch now. Timmons with the 2-2 pitch. And this is a slow chopper. Second base side, the only play will be to first. It advances the runners. Park back at second base, able to charge it, make the throw to first. 4-3 on the ground out. 2 down. Gasparino advancing to third base. Schlassel to second.
That was a nice play. I mean, could have easily made a tough play right there, but he made it easily.
Now with 2 down, Kei Morimoto has grounded out twice and had the RBI single back in the 5th. Drove in the 2 runs to tie the score. Was thrown out trying to get to second. That ended the inning. Looks at the first pitch. It's a fastball for a strike. Again, right on that inside corner. 0-1 the count to Morimoto. 2 in scoring position, 2 down, a run home. Texas trailing 9-5 here in the top of the 7th. The stretch from the left-hander Timmons in the pitch. And that one missed downstairs. The count evens at 1-1.
Just missed downstairs.
One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The 1-1. Down and in for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Kei Morimoto.
Well, we talk about the pitches of an at-bat to hit. This should be it here. You should look for a pitch in your spot. 2-1 with an open base. Sometimes pitchers just say, I can walk you. Here, it doesn't hurt me.
2 balls and a strike, the count, the 2-1. Swung on and the ball hit well out toward deep center. Back to the warning track. You can say goodnight to it. Off the batter's eye in dead center. A 3-run homer from Kei Morimoto. And it's a 9-8 ball game.
Well, that's what you can do, right? Exactly what I was talking about. Look for one pitch in one spot. Don't miss it. And he hit it on the head of the bat, got it up in the breeze, and just like that. How about the Longhorns answering with 4 of their own?
Their second 4-run inning of the night as they answer the 4-run bottom of the 6th with a 4-run top of the 7th. And now Tommy Farmer coming to the plate to face the left-hander. Timmons, Farmer 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. Kei Morimoto with his 7th home run and RBIs 22, 23, and 24 of the year. First pitch way outside to Farmer for ball 1. Well, it sounds like another Texas State crazy ball game,
That's
right?
it.
1-0 the count. 9th hit of the night. The big blast from Morimoto. The 1-0. And that's upstairs, ball 2. Farmer, another one of those reverse splits guys. Batting only 200 against lefties, 311 against righties, but it didn't matter to Borba. He was able to shake that off. Batting only 161 against lefties prior to that. There's a pitch taken for a strike. Casey was batting 161, 5 out of 31 against lefties before that blast, 302 against righties. 2 balls and a strike the count to Tommy Farmer. The stretch from Timmons in the pitch. Checked his swing. It's downstairs with a fastball, and it's now 3-1. Jonah Williams on deck. Another right-hander starting to get loose in the Texas State pen. 3 balls and a strike the count to Farmer. Here's the stretch now for the left-hander. Timmons, the 3-1. Way up and away, ball 4. And the Longhorns have the tying run on with 2 down here in the 7th.
Walk's always important in a comeback. That's the 3rd walk of the inning by Bobcat pitching.
So now, Jonah Williams to the plate. Jonah had a base hit his last time, smoked one off the wall, but a great throw by Alan Shibley to second. Nailed Jonah trying to turn it into a double. So now Timmons, who has issued his first walk. Lefty-lefty matchup as he works to Jonah. First pitch to Williams is in there for a strike. 9 runs on 7 hits and 2 errors for the Bobcats. 8 runs on 9 hits and no errors for the Longhorns. Tying run, Tommy Farmer at first base with 2 down. He leads from first. Here's the stretch from Braylon Timmons. He'll step and make a room service throw over to first, and Farmer.
He really didn't step to first,
yeah,
though.
Was
that
close,
was
wasn't
close.
Almost makes you want to see if you can tempt him into another throw to see if you can entice him into a balk. Farmer leads from the bag. Timmons coming home. The pitch. And that's turned foul. It floated in, a breaking ball against Williams, and he's down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, yeah, it sounds crazy, but this might be a good time for Tommy Farmer to go on first movement. Get a good lead, and as soon as he sees any kind of movement, take off for second.
Here's the stretch. Timmons looks to first. Here's the pitch, and just catching a piece of it. Jonah Williams keeps the at-bat alive. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch. And this is hit on the ground, and it's a fair ball, and they'll tag Williams, and that will end the inning. But the Longhorns fight right back in the frame. They score 4 runs on 2 hits with a runner left. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning stretch time here in San Marcos. It's Texas State 9, Texas 8. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
What's the best way to refresh your spring wardrobe? Easy. Just come into Macy's and meet with one of our free personal stylists. They're experts who know more than just the latest trends and styles. They know how to find the looks, fits, and sizes that are perfect for you. Even better, get an extra 20% off purchases at your first session. So book your free appointment in-store or at Macy's.com/personal stylist and walk out with a whole new spring wardrobe at 20% off. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
KHFI HD2 and K276EL.
Put a 4 spot on the board, get right back in this ball game. Kind of what we expected with this wind blowing out down here at Bobcat Stadium. 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Texas. 9 runs, 7 hits, 2 miscues for Texas State. To the bullpen again. Go the Longhorns. This time, it's to get the true freshman from Fargo, North Dakota. It is Drew Rarick, 6'5", 250-pounder from Fargo Davies High School. For the right-hander, Drew, he's making his 7th appearance. He started 2 games. He's got a 1-0 record, 7.11 earned run average. 6 1/3 innings of work, allowed just 4 hits, 5 runs, all 5 earned. He has walked 8, struck out 6, 17 homer. 174. Right-hander comes on here. Experience. see a lot of activity, quite frankly, in the Texas bullpen. Maybe somebody ready to go. We just don't know who that is at this moment. It's 2-0.
Balls and strikes count. It's not. So here is Samson Pugh at the plate. 2 on, nobody out. First pitch. Misses downstairs, ball 1. Well, this is... The Longhorns continue to fight back, but the pitching struggling right now to prevent the base on balls. 1-0 the count. That pitch is in there for a strike. So... back-to-back walks to open the bottom of the 7th inning issued by Drew Rarick to Austin Mungia and Caden Baker, the pinch hitter. Now Samson Pugh at the plate. Pugh has an RBI single. He will square to bunts and bunts through it and caught a piece of it. Pugh was the guy who bunted last inning and against Duplantier. And Andre made a great throw to third to get the lead runner.
Well, the bunt's off now. See if you can make a pitch if you're Rarick right here. Strikeout would be huge right now.
Here's the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. Runners go. And it's fouled at the plate.
And he had a good jump.
Boy, did they. So now 1-2 the count.
Texas caught a break there.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Rarick looking in. Here's the stretch from the right-hander, Drew Rarick. The 1-2 pitch. Runners not going, swing and a miss. Big strikeout there for Drew to get out number 1. So 1 down after the back-to-back walks. Now Zachary Gingrich. He has certainly factored into things. Had a 2-out solo homer in the second. Struck out swinging in the fourth, but then walked and scored in the 6th. So Gingrich at the plate with 2 on and 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 7th, a 9-8 lead for Texas State. Rarick works to him, and the first pitch delivered is a strike.
The breaking ball's been good. I like that. I'd come right back to it.
Nothing in 1, the count. The 0-1. And that's outside for a ball. Dawson Park is on deck. He's been at second base and pitcher and back to second.
Yeah.
But still batting 8th in the order. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Gingrich. Swing and a miss. Chased a 94-mile-an-hour fastball elevated. It's now 1-2.
Yeah, get it in the zone. He's got good stuff. It's about enough strikes.
One ball and 2 strikes to count. Rarick ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and the ball hit a sinking liner to right, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the wall. 1 run scores as Mungia able to score on an RBI double from Zachary Gingrich, and it's 10-8 Texas State.
Came back to the breaking ball and just left it up enough. It went into the corner. Texas will have to bring the infield up.
So an RBI double from Gingrich. And now Dawson Park at the plate. He's popped out the first, hit by a pitch, and he was the one who actually dropped the bunt. It forced Pugh at third base against DePlantier last inning. But there's 2 in scoring position here and only 1 out. And with the infield drawn up, the first pitch is a fastball at 95 on the gun for a strike. Nothing in 1 the count. The 0-1. And that's there, strike 2. Nothing in 2 the count. The stretch now from Drew Rarick. And the right-hander's 0-2 pitch to Dawson Park. And he takes upstairs for a ball. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I went to the curveball there. Just left it up. I like the pitch selection. He just didn't get on top of it and get the bite. Boy, you need a strikeout right here.
A ball and 2 strikes to count. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Rarick. And he takes high, does Park, so the count is even at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count with 1 out. And a run home for Texas State here in the bottom of the 7th. A 10-8 lead for the Bobcats. Rarick, the right-hander, the set. And the 2-2 to Park. He swings, ground ball, knocked down. Here comes the throw to the plate. The tag is there. Out at home plate. Flores able to field that hot smash, came home, and was able to get Caden Baker at the plate for out number 2.
Well, it was nice play to his left. Dive for it. It was a head contact play going on. And, boy, to get up and to make that strong throw to the plate, I'm not sure what Steven Trout is having a discussion about. Is Galvan had the ball before the runner comes to the plate.
I think they're going to challenge it anyway. Or at least he's asking the third base umpire, Clint Fagan.
The discussion seemed to me it might be about obstruction from Galvan, not allowing the runner a place to slide. But when you have the ball,
you're allowed to make the play.
Yes.
If you're fielding the play,
yes,
fielding the ball in play, you're allowed to make that. Well, Texas State is going to challenge this. So for the moment, it's a 6-2 fielder's choice. Ground ball with Caden Baker, who had been the pinch hitter, drew a walk, moved to third on the RBI double from Zachary Gingrich that scored Austin Mungia. And then, what a play by Jalen Flores to field that hot smash up
had to
tight.
cross over, to his right. Infield's up, you cross over. But the nice catch, that start with it, but then to get to your feet and make a really nice throw to the plate, accurate throw. And again, you can review obstruction. There's no question he's out at the plate. Here comes the call.
Well, Doug Williams is the crew chief. He's saying that the runner is out. So there it is. Actually, it's the third base umpire, Clint Fagan, who made the call. So the call stands or is confirmed, whatever, and it's the second out of the inning. Now, inning not over yet, but with runners at first and second and 2 down, here's Shibley, who has walked, popped to third, and flied to right. A chance for Rarick to limit the damage after the back-to-back walks to open the inning and the one-out double by Gingrich into the corner to score 1 run. So Rarick trying to work around it here with 2 down. The pitch. Missed with an overhand breaking ball for ball 1. One and 0 the count with 2 down. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. That's low with a fastball, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Really want to get Shibley here and not have this get back to the top of the order to Farber.
Well, you're going to have to face him in the 8th and the 9th, but you don't want to do it this inning. You'd like to get this thing shut off now.
Rarick with a 2-0 pitch to Shibley. Missed inside, ball 3, and it's 3-0. So it's 3 balls and no strikes to count. Rarick looks in now. Set at the belt. Check of the runner at second in the 3-0 pitch to Alan Shibley. Takes all the way, but takes ball 4 downstairs. The bases are loaded. And it's back to the top of the order to Ryan Farber. Farber was grounded out the second, then hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the third. He struck out swinging in the 5th, but he walked and scored on the Chase Mora grand slam, and Max Wiener going to go out and visit with Rarick. Trying to help him learn some things and work through this.
Yeah, he's got great stuff. It's about, corralling it and pitching,
harnessing it.
And get ahead and understand when you're ahead you can try to make that great pitch. But there are times pitching is about trusting your stuff. And he's got good stuff. You just got to trust it can get an out. If I can get it in the zone. But this is a huge out. Texas, the Bobcats have scored in 4 consecutive innings now, and Texas has had 2 big frames, 2 4-run innings, and are very much in this game. But you're running out of outs right now.
Yeah. The 2 4-run innings have been big, but unfortunately, the runs that Texas State has been able to put on the board. 4 home runs tonight, 3 solos, and a grand slam. And so here's Farber at the plate with the bases loaded, 2 down. The left-handed hitting Ryan Farber. Longhorns have the bullpen loosening up again. Here's the first pitch from Rarick. Almost hit him. Missed inside ball 1. There's just no place to put him. 1-0 the count. Warming up in the Texas pen is Cody Howard. Here's the 1-0 to Farber. That one misses low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
They're going to be taking a strike here.
2-0 to Farber with the bases loaded. A run home and 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. The 2-0 from Rarick. And it hit him! Oh, my goodness. Just lost control of it. Another run crosses the plate. On the 3rd free pass of the inning, and it's now 11-8. Gingrich scores from 3rd. And Park moves to 3rd. Shibley, the 2nd. Farber gets credited with an RBI, hit by a pitch, and that's going to be all for Drew Rarick. Call to the bullpen here in the bottom of the 7th. It's Texas State leading Texas 11-8, and Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Texas softball is heating up. Catch every pitch.
Soaring fly ball center field. Back goes Dill to the warning track to the wall. It's gone. Jolie Mitchell for the 2nd game in a row. A round tripper, and the Longhorns up 4-1 here in the 7th inning.
As the Horns take on the SEC, search Retro Austin on the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Texas softball all season long. Do you ever feel like when you're talking, nobody is listening? Sports Radio Radio AM 1300 The Zone will listen to you.
What is on your mind?
Go! All you have to do is use the iHeartRadio app talkback feature when listening to AM 1300 The Zone.
Yo, hello, it's me. Enjoy the show.
We will get your message instantly, and we promise to listen to it.
To the bullpen again for the Longhorns. Cody Howard into the game, the 6'1", 215-pound junior right-hander from the Woodlands. Texas, the Woodlands High School, transferred in from Baylor University. He is making his 5th appearance of the year, no record. 11.81 earned run average, 5 1/3 innings of work, allowed 7 hits, 7 runs, all 7 earned. He's walked 7, struck out 5, surrendered 1 extra base hit, that being a homer. He's also thrown 3 wild pitches as he comes into the game. Here, a 2-spot. Longhorns put a 4-spot on the top of the 7th to make it a 9-8 ball game. But 2 across here for the Bobcats. Back out in front now by 3, 11-8, and they have them loaded with 2 outs with an opportunity again to get big separation in this ball game.
The way this has gone, and with the abundance of, for want of a better term, midweek pitchers who've been on the mound and given up all the runs they've given on both sides. If this stayed an 11-8 ball game going to the 8th, Texas, you'd have to think would still might be in the ball game here. But you're right, a big blow here would really make it difficult to have yet another comeback. And it's tough going for Drew Rarick, who in 2/3 of an inning did get a strikeout, but he allowed a hit, and he walked 3 and hit a batter. And that obviously is tough to overcome. So here's Mora at the plate. He takes a strike. Of course, the last time Chase was out, last inning, grand slam off of Andre Duplantier, which at the time gave Texas State a 9-4 lead. Longhorns came back with 4 runs in the top half of the 7th inning, cut to 9-8, but now 2 have come back for the Bobcats. That pitch misses outside. Count is even at a ball on the strike. So it's 11-8 with Mora, who had the grand slam last inning, is up there with the bases loaded again. 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. The pitch from Howard, swing and a miss. 96 on that fastball from Cody. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Howard trying to get out of it here. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Mora. And it gets away from Galvan. Here comes the throw. The tag. He got him. Inning over. The ball skipped out to the right. And the runner on third base, Dawson Park, hesitated. And then when he came down the line, that allowed Galvan enough time to flip the ball to Cody Howard, who put the tag on Park. It's a 2-1 putout, and the inning is over. Texas State does score 2 runs, and they do it on 1 hit with 2 runners left on base. We go to the 8th. What a crazy night here in San Marcos. It's Texas State 11, Texas 8. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
What if we told you the next 5 times you fill your tank, you could save money? Well, at Chevron stations, it's true. You can get 25 cents off per gallon on your next 5 visits when you download the Chevron app and join Chevron Rewards. Earn points on every fuel transaction and qualifying in-store purchases at participating Chevron stations. Doesn't it feel great to get rewarded for being you? Download the Chevron app and join to get started today. Terms and conditions apply. See ChevronTexacoRewards.com for more details.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
186-pound junior transfer. Clark High School in San Antonio. He's transferred in from Midland College, and he comes on in the game. Laws, he's their save guy, and he's into the game here. This is his 16th appearance, 3-0 record, 4.44 ERA. He has earned 7 saves. 26 in the third innings of work, allowed 24 hits, 13 runs, all 13 earned. He can walk you. 16 walks in 26 in the third, 37 strikeouts. He has surrendered 9 extra base hits, 3 of those homers. He has thrown 3 wild pitches. He's hit a batter. He's balked twice, and opponents hit .240 against him. But this is a 6-out save, and he'll face the top of the order as the Bobcats trying to win both games in this 2-game series this season.
Well, catching you up on a couple of pitching lines. Bryson Dudley went an inning and a third, allowed 2 hits, a run that was unearned with a walk, no strikeouts. He threw 22 pitches. Dawson Park, a third of an inning with a hit, 3 runs, all earned, 2 walks, a strikeout through 18 pitches. And Braden Timmons, 2/3 of an inning, allowing a hit, a run that was earned with a walk, no strikeouts. And the first pitch to Ethan Mendoza misses for ball 1. Timmons threw 19 pitches. So now Carson Laws out there. 6th pitcher of the ball game for Texas State. 1-0 the count to Mendoza. The pitch to Ethan. That's a fastball for a strike. Ethan is singled, struck out looking, walked and scored and popped the second. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. The 1-1. It's downstairs for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and a strike the count to Ethan Mendoza. A wind up. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's a good heater and a good location. Tied up Ethan inside. Gun says 94 miles an hour.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Carson Laws looks in now. The wind up. The 2-2. Swung on and fouled out of play. Eleven runs on 8 hits with 2 errors for the Bobcats. And 8 runs on 9 hits. And no errors for the Longhorns.
Who made some really good plays at the plate to keep this a 3-run game.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, that's lined into right center, and that'll go for a base hit, and it'll take off and scoot to the wall, and Mendoza will stop at second base with a leadoff opposite field double.
Just a really nice job staying back, and that's a great at-bat. And he got a breaking ball after seeing those 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. The breaking ball away, stayed in there and just went with it the other way. And really nice piece of hitting to get not only a leadoff base runner, but how about one into scoring position?
Here's Rylan Galvan. He struck out swinging, doubled, flied to center, and then walked and scored in the 7th. Last inning when the Longhorns plated 4 runs. He scored the first of the 4 runs on Schussler's RBI single, and then Casey Borba had the big 3-run homer. The pitch. Fastball upstairs for a ball.
The tying run in the on-deck circle. That just gets you in a situation, and the pressure moves the other way, goes over to the Bobcats.
A ball and no strikes to count to Galvan. Laws the right-hander. A look back to second. Here's the pitch, and that's taken for a strike. Fastball at 94. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 1 the count to Galvan. Laws the right-hander. Set at the belt. The 1-1. Swung on it, a ball hit high out toward left. Gingrich had to locate it back to the warning track. It doesn't matter. Say goodnight to it. Over the left field wall. Rylan Galvan, his 12th home run of the season. RBIs 35-36. And here come the Longhorns again. It's an 11-10 ball game.
He hit it on the barrel, but got it so high, and this wind just kept pushing it. And we knew it was going to be this type of game. It's still nobody out here in the 8th. That's the other thing you look at. He's still got 3 outs to work with here. You are still down a run, but what a ball game. I mean, these kind of games, we haven't seen Texas in one of these games this year.
Nope. Well, we have. Washington.
You're right.
Friday night 10-9 game in Las Vegas. That was the only one. And that's the one where the Longhorns were up 9-2.
Yeah.
And it got crazy. So here's Flores. That's the only one, though, as Jalen lifts one out of play. Because the rest of the weekend, the Longhorns did most of that slugging in Las Vegas against Texas Tech and Illinois. Flores has singled, reached on an error, had an RBI double with a run scored in the 4-run fifth, and he struck out swinging last inning. 11th hit on the board for the Longhorns. The big fly. Pitch misses for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count to Jalen Flores. Here's the windup from Laws and the pitch. That's upstairs with a fastball. 2 balls and a strike the count. So 2-1 the count to Jalen Flores. A wind up from Laws on the 2-1. Flores, big swing and a miss. On that home run, Gingrich froze for a moment, was trying to pick it up, and then he saw it and drifted back, and then it didn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, it was way up in the air.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count to Flores. And the 2-2. And he sticks out the bat, pops it foul into the screen.
Sometimes you just have to live to get another pitch. That was a nasty pitch down and away. Did a nice job of just keeping the at-bat alive.
2 balls, 2 strikes the count to Jalen Flores. Right-hander Carson Laws. The windup, the 2-2 pitch. Fastball low, the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count.
Well, he's the tying runs. I just don't think you can go to a breaking ball here. He's got a challenge for us.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Carson Laws with a payoff pitch, and that's high ball 4.
And he went to a breaking ball.
He did. So 3 straight Longhorns have reached base to open the top of the 8th. The double by Mendoza, the 2-run homer by Galvan, and now Jalen Flores aboard as the tying run with a walk. And here's Will Gasparino. Gasparino struck out swinging, walked, had an RBI single with a run scored in the 5th, and walked and scored last inning. So the tying run aboard here in the top of the 8th. The right-hander Laws ready, and here comes the first pitch to Will Gasparino. Fastball low, ball 1. He's had trouble locating the fastball as well.
This is where you zone out. You're going to be aggressive as a hitter. Get ready for a good fastball in the mid-90s, but you're looking for the one you like, and Will likes the ball out over the plate. See if you can get one up and out over the plate.
Here's the stretch from Laws, the right-hander's pitch. Fastball there for a strike, 96 on the gun, and the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. 11 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Texas State, 10 runs, 11 hits, no errors for Texas. Jalen Flores representing the tying run. At first base, nobody out, top of the 8th. The stretch from the right-hander, Carson Laws. The 1-1 pitch, Gasparino swings and pops it foul out of play on the first base side, and the count is now 1-2. Will.
Well, Laws did a good job. That was a good pitch down and away from him. Had good velocity on it. Now he's got a lot of options, Laws does. He can go to the bender, or he can try to climb the ladder with a high fastball.
Ball and 2 strikes the count to Gasparino. The right-hander Carson Laws from the stretch. Snap throw over to first, and Flores steps back. Jalen 3 out of 4 in steals this season. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Will Gasparino. Carson Laws ready in the pitch. Downstairs with a fastball. The count is even at 2-2.
Just don't think he's going to go to a bender here. I'd be ready for the heater.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. The stretch now. And the 2-2. And that skips back to the screen. A fastball for ball 3, and trotting up to second base on the wild pitch is Jalen Flores. So the tying run in scoring position at second base with nobody out.
That could get somebody up in the Bobcat bullpen.
Yep, got a left-hander up now. And this is the Texas State closer, Carson Laws. He of the 7 saves this season. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Will Gasparino. A stretch from the right-hander Laws. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and yanked foul onto the roof down by the batting tunnel. The batting cage is down on the left field foul line side for Texas State.
Will fought that ball. That was off the plate in. Fought that ball off to keep the at-bat alive. It was a heater.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Will Gasparino. Here's the stretch from the right-hander Carson Laws. The payoff pitch, high ball 4. What an at-bat by Gasparino, and he works it. So the first 4 batters this inning for Texas have reached base against the Texas State closer Carson Laws. A double from Ethan Mendoza, a 2-run homer from Rylan Galvan, and now back-to-back walks to Jalen Flores and Will Gasparino. And we're going to have a call to the bullpen as Kimball Schuessler will come to the plate.
Do you think he's going to go?
Well,
I think he's going to talk to him. It's a slow walk. I don't know. These guys really haven't thrown a ton down there.
They just started the left-hander.
But it's a hot night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's it doesn't take you long to get loose. He may be waiting on the umpire to come out. But how about these last 4 innings of this game? You have no idea. We've seen it all. Guys thrown out at the plate. Pitchers not anywhere close to strikes.
Look at all those crooked numbers. It looks like you opened up a can of Chef Boyardee spaghetti. All of the things are curled up. And anyway.
There's a lot of numbers out there. There's not many zeros.
No. All right. So he is sticking with Laws.
Now the question is, do you bunt here? Texas is not a team that sacrifices very often, but you can put the tying run 90 feet away if you're successful, and the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Well, one guy who is capable of laying down a bunt is the guy at the plate, Kimball Schuessler. He is. But, of course, Schuessler's had the hot bat of late and an RBI single last inning as well. So runners at first and second, nobody out. Here's the first pitch to Kimball, not squaring, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike.
And the best breaking ball of the inning from Laws.
Jalen Flores representing the tying run at second base. Will Gasparino represents the go-ahead run. He's at first. Nobody out, top of the 8th, an 11-10 lead for Texas State. The stretch from Carson Laws. Here's the pitch, and that's low with a fastball. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. When Laws has gone to the fastball, he's had difficulty locating it when it's been down.
Yep. I'd take another wild pitch here.
That would work.
Yes, it would.
1 ball and 1 strike the count. Laws the stretch. Here's the pitch to Schuessler. Big swing and a miss. And that one just, the bottom dropped out of it. It's 1-2.
Slider.
Adrian Rodriguez on deck. Kimball digs back in now. The right-hander Laws set at the belt. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Bounces in the field. Sir, boy, I'll tell you what, the catcher.
He did a great job.
He just did keep it from getting back to the screen. It would have put 2 in scoring position. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kimball Schuessler. Schuessler digs in from the right side. The right-hander, Carson Laws. Set at the belt, look back to Flores at second base. The 2-2 pitch, check swing, it missed low. The count is full. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He did. I thought he checked. I thought they might have peeled there, And that's always a scary term, but I thought the barrel never really got to the plate.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
How big a pitch is this?
3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Kimball Schuessler. The 3-2 swung on in a ground ball, hit to short, a flip to second for 1. The relay to first, not in time, and it almost flew over the head of Defury, the first baseman. He had to leap to pull it down. On the ground ball, Flores advances to third base. So the tying run 90 feet away. Schuessler on the fielder's choice is the runner at first. Gasparino forced at second, 6-4 on that fielder's choice.
Well, nice hustle. That's what Kimball does. He was hustling down the line, making sure they could not turn two. And you're right, that throw was close to getting away at first base. So it'll be runners at first and third here. Now, got to get something in the center of the diamond if you're A-Rod to tie this thing up.
Here's the pitch to Rodriguez, missing inside ball 1. A little bit of a shift with the shortstop Farber right by the second base bag, but there is a hole on that left side. 1-0 the count to Rodriguez, who has flied to center, lined out to left, walked, and grounded out to second. Here's the stretch from Laws. The pitch to A-Rod. Swings here and pops it foul out of play. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Had a good swing at that one.
Once again, the right-hander Josh Glazer is warming up. He's just throwing in front of the bullpen mound right now, staying loose.
Yeah, he's hot. He's just...
1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Adrian Rodriguez. The stretch from the right-hander Laws and the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Good breaking ball. Took something off of it, had A-Rod out in front of it. Now you got to make contact here. This is when you spread out. You're not worried about driving it, really. You're trying to make sure you put the bat on the ball.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Carson Laws, the right-hander, the stretch. The 1-2 pitch to Adrian Rodriguez. Runner goes. Strike 3 call. Rodriguez called out on strikes. Schuessler steals second base. There are 2 in scoring position, but they're now 2 down.
Just one of those where you just take one right down the middle. A-Rod's probably just stunned. It's just one of those where just didn't anticipate that, and he froze you with something that's 95 miles an hour.
Now Casey Borba, who has a career high already tonight, 5 RBIs, with a 2-run single in the 5th and a 3-run homer last inning. The tying and go-ahead runs are in scoring position for Texas here with 2 out in the 8th. First pitch way outside ball 1, snagged by the catcher, Mungia. Jalen Flores, 90 feet away is the tying run at third base. Kimball Schuessler, the go-ahead run in scoring position at second. 2 down here in the top of the 8th. Longhorns have scored 2 runs, back within a run, but still trailing 11-10. Stretch from the right-hander Laws. Here's the 1-0. And that one misses for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes the count.
Well, missed twice with sliders. He does have an open base to. So if you're Borba, again, zone it out. If it's a breaking ball, just take it.
2-0 the count to Casey Borba. The stretch from Carson Laws on the pitch. Way upstairs for ball 3, and it's 3-0.
This is another interesting thing. Do you turn a guy loose? 3-0.
3 balls and no strikes to count to Casey Borba. Digs back in from the right side. The right-hander, the closer, Carson Laws, the stretch. Here's the 3-0, and he takes all the way and takes a strike. It's 3-1.
Look for that same pitch again. Something right there that you can drive, and if it's not there, take it.
94 miles an hour on that fastball. 3 balls and a strike to count to Casey Borba with 2 down. The stretch from the right-hander Carson Laws. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that is ball 4 outside. Borba takes first base. It'll load the bases for Tommy Farmer. So Flores still at third. Schuessler still at second. But on the 3rd walk of the inning from Carson Laws, the bases are loaded. Tommy Farmer is grounded to short, And he's walked twice and lined out the left. So a lot of different things could tie the score. A walk, a hit batter.
Ball in the dirt.
Wild pitch, pass ball, catcher interference. An error. Longhorns would take any of those to get this game tied. Here's the first pitch to Tommy Farmer, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Here's the windup and the 0-1 pitch. That is strike two. That's that inside corner strike that the home plate umpire, Ronnie Teague, has called tonight. Farmer quickly down on the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Jaquay Stewart has come out on deck to pinch hit if Farmer keeps the inning going. Here's the 0-2, and that's low, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Stewart would bat for Jaden Duplantier, who went in for Jonah Williams last inning into left field. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The windup with the 1-2. Swung on and the ball hit well out toward left, but it'll stay in the park. Catch made by the left fielder Gingrich, and the Longhorns are down in the 8th. Texas does fight back. They scored 2 runs on 2 hits, but they leave the bases loaded. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's Texas State 11, Texas 10. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
iHeartRadio goes one-on-one with Carlos Santana to reflect on what a big influence Ronnie Isley was on him.
You know, just to give you a little reference, when the Beatles came here at the Ed Sullivan Show in '63, they came to America singing Twist and Shout. And Ronnie Isley was already the first Michael Jackson worldwide with Twist and Shout. So that's how important he is.
Keep listening to iHeartRadio for more Carlos Santana and all your favorite artists.
We go to the bottom of the 8th in what has been a wild one here in San Marcos. Approaching 4 hours of baseball, 10 runs, 11 hits, no miscues for Texas, 11 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Texas State. Texas State is scored in every frame, folks, except the 3rd inning. They had a lot of solo homers early. Longhorns have come back with some big blows themselves, and it is a 11-10 ball game going to the bottom of the 8th. Cody Howard out for his first full inning of work. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 for Texas State.
Came out last inning for the first time on the mound for Texas since March 21st against LSU. Chase Moore was at the plate when the inning ended, and the first pitch is a fastball up and in for ball 1. Moore was at the plate with the bases loaded when Dawson Park tried to score from 3rd on a ball that got a few feet away from Rylan Galvan, but he was able to collect it and flip to Howard to put the tag on Park to end the inning, the 1-0. That's outside, 2 balls, no strike. I do know this. The Longhorns can ill afford to let Texas State have any more runs.
Oh, that's exactly right, because you look at it, it will be the 9th spot in the order, and 9-1-2 due for Texas in the 9th, hopefully just chasing 1.
2-0 pitch fouled into the screen for strike 1. So it's 2 balls and a strike the count to Chase Mora. Mora's fly to center, chopped back to the mound, and reached on an infield single and scored. Then, of course, had the grand slam in the 6th, which at the time gave Texas State a 9-4 lead. Fouls one off. Longhorns cut it to 9-8. Texas State promptly answered with 2 to go up 11-8. Longhorns came back with 2 in the top of the 8, so it's 11-10 right now. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. Cody Howard looking. Here's the stretch. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got Mora to chase that one. Cody picks up his first strikeout. That's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, big, wide, sweeping breaking ball, breaking all the way across the zone and gets the strikeout.
So 1 down. Kei Defury's had quite a night. 3 for 4. 2 of the 3 hits, solo homers. A 2-out solo shot in the first off Grayson Saunier. And a leadoff homer in the 4th off Bryce Navarre. The first pitch is strike 1. Nothing in 1 the count. The stretch from Howard and the pitch. Ground ball hit through the vacated side with the shift. And Defury is aboard with a 1-out single. Well, smart play there.
Well, he was. He get the base hit, but, you know, now you got a right-handed hitter. You can get a ground ball, get a double play, and get out of the, you know. I'll give him that if he doesn't want to try to hit it out of the ballpark.
His 4th hit of the night. He's 4 for 5. Mungia to the plate now. He has struck out swinging, walked, stole a base and scored, struck out swinging, walked, and scored. So Mungia, the catcher, to the plate. So Howard trying to work his way around the 1-out single, the pitch. And that misses downstairs, ball 1. We mentioned that the Longhorns have won 5 in a row against Texas State. The pitch, that's outside, 2 balls, no strikes. The last time Texas State won was almost 6 years ago to the day. April 23rd, 2019, 7-6, a walk-off base hit from Skylar Valentine. They won that one. 2-0 the count. The pitch. That's low, ball 3. The only other win that Texas State has over Texas was 8 years ago in 10 innings. March 21st, 2017. You know what that final score was? 11-10. 3-0 the count. Howard, the stretch. The 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Mungia. So 3 balls and a strike, the count. Here's the stretch now. Howard with the 3-1 to Mungia. Checked his swing at strike 2.
Cheeto didn't think it was a strike, but it was a good location in under, right at the bottom of the zone in the inside corner.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Cody Howard glanced over the first. Now the stretch. The 3-ball, 2-strike pitch to Mungia. And it's low ball 4. So now runners at first and second with 1 out. And we'll see what the Bobcats.
Well, the pitcher's spot is due.
Yep, they're going to bring out Rashawn Galloway to pinch hit. He's a junior from Bernie, 6 foot, 196-pound right-handed hitter. Galloway this season has had 9 at-bats with 3 hits, 3 out of 9. He's driven in 3 runs. He's drawn 4 walks, and he has struck out 1 time, and he has scored a run.
Well, here's the other thing is we're going to see a new pitcher. Is this in this pitcher's spot in the order?
It is. It is. So it'll be a different pitcher coming up to face Texas in the top of the ninth. But here's Rashawn Galloway at the plate with 2 on and 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Texas State leading 11-10. The first pitch misses inside, ball 1. the count. Cody Howard looking in now. Here's the stretch from the right-hander. The 1-0. That's in there for a strike. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's strange. There's nobody warming up.
Well, you mentioned earlier that Josh Glazer was pretty warm. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count. The 1-1 pitch is low and snagged, backhanded by Galvan. 2 balls and a strike. Really do not want to have another walk and load the bases here. Two balls and a strike, the count. Howard, the stretch. A look back to second. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And that's there, a strike called at the knees. The count is even at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count. Howard, the stretch. Here's the 2-2. That's just downstairs. He's kept away from that. He's called the inside corner strike, but not that one. And so now the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah. Don't think they'll be off here, Craig. I mean, I think they'll let the game play and see what happens.
Here's the 3 ball, 2 strike pitch. And that is strike 3 called right on the outside corner. Big strikeout from Cody Howard. 2 on with 2 out now. Second strikeout of the inning with a base hit and a walk sandwiched in between them with 2 down. Here's Samson Pugh. Pugh is grounded back to the box, singled in a run, was hit by a pitch and forced at third on a bunt, and then struck out swinging in the 7th. As Keith mentioned, it'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters due up for Texas in the 9th. Cody Howard trying to make sure this stays a scoreless bottom of the 8th. Here's the first pitch to Pugh, and he takes downstairs ball 1. Texas pitching tonight has walked 8 and hit 3.
Yeah, 11 free pass. Hard to win, but got an opportunity if you can get an out here.
Fastball missed off the plate for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, the count. To Samson Pugh. At second base, Coy Defury. At first, Austin Mungia. 2 down. Here in the bottom of the 8th, Howard, the stretch, and the 2-0. And this is hit foul out of play on the first base side. So it's 2 balls and a strike, the count. Two balls and a strike, the count. To Samson Pugh. Cody Howard, the stretch. The 2-1. Low for ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Three balls, 1 strike, the count to Samson Pugh. Howard's 3-1. Foul back to the screen. The count is full, so the runners will be off on this pitch. With 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th, runners at first and second. Cody Howard looks in. Here's the stretch from the right-hander. The payoff pitch. Hit foul, back out of play. Came back with a fastball.
Yeah, in a good location. And that's a pretty good job of fighting that pitch off by Pugh.
So we'll do it all over again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Howard looks in. Cody, the stretch. Here's the payoff pitch to Samson Pugh. No, he'll step back and throw back to second base. So they'll go back through it again. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Howard to the stretch. The payoff pitch hit in the air out toward right. Sending back to the warning track, and the catch made by Tommy Farmer, one step in front of the wall. In the eighth, for the first time since the third inning, Texas State doesn't score. No runs on a hit, 2 runners left on base. We go to the ninth. It's Texas State 11 and Texas 10. Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts, and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-247-1146. 800-247-1146. Again, that's 800-247-1146.
KHFI HD2 and K276EL Austin.
The pitcher DH spot coming into play earlier in the ballgame. So it's Jesus Tovar, a left-hander, who is coming out to pitch now for Texas State. First of all, however, Carson Laws, the closer, ended up pitching the eighth. He went 1 inning, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 3 walks, a strikeout, a wild pitch, and he threw 42 pitches. And now Jesus Tovar comes in. Tovar, left-hander, is 2-3 with a 4.02 ERA. And this is a guy who is a starter. As Keith mentioned, good chance you'd see one of the starters, and he is making his 10th appearance. He has a complete game this year. Every game has been as a starter. He's worked 47 innings, allowed 44 hits, 23 runs, 21 of those earned. He's walked 23 batters, struck out 46, allowed 12 extra base hits, 7 doubles, 5 homers, has issued no wild pitches, but he's hit 8 batters and called for 1 balk, and opposing hitters batting .259 against this 6 foot, 167-pound redshirt junior transfer from El Paso Montwood, Jesus Tovar, who delivers a first pitch ball to Jaden Duplantier. Duplantier, with a left-hander up, stayed in the lineup, and the pitch is there for a strike. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Remember, Jaquay Stewart had come out on deck, but that was with a right-hander out. So Duplantier is out there now. A 1-1. Breaking ball at missed for ball 2. For the season, Duplantier, as he steps back to the plate, he's batting .129, no homers, 3 runs batted in. Wind up in the pitch. That strike 2 called at the knees. 9-1-2 for Texas here in the ninth. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from Jesus Tovar, one of the weekend starters for the Bobcats. As he works to Duplantier, he swings, and it's a high fly ball down the right field line, curving foul and just beyond the reach of Alan Shibley. Gave it a great effort, sliding over into the corner, couldn't come up with it. So Duplantier, yet another opportunity. The junior right-handed hitter out of Summer Creek High, the Humble ISD in the Greater Houston area. Gumbo, as his teammates know him. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from the left-hander, Tovar. And that's down and in. The count is full to Duplantier. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Jaden Duplantier. The payoff pitch, way outside, ball 4, and Gumbo draws a walk. So the tying run aboard for Texas. here in the top of the ninth. Ethan Mendoza back to the plate for the Longhorns. Mendoza is singled, struck out looking, walked and scored, popped the second, and then doubled and scored last inning. So here's Mendoza at the plate. Duplantier represents the tying run. He's aboard at first with the leadoff walk here in the top of the ninth. Out of the stretch, the first pitch. A breaking ball that missed downstairs for ball one. One and 0 the count. A left-hander, Jesus Tovar, with a 1-0 pitch. That'll be delayed as he tosses over to first base. And Gene Duplantier steps back safely. So Tovar looks in. Here's the set from the left-hander. The 1-0. And that's a strike. There's that inside corner call for a strike to Mendoza. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tovar's first relief appearance of the season. He's been a weekend starter in his prior 9 appearances. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch will be delayed again. A toss back over to first. And stepping back over there is Duplantier. Mendoza back in from the right side. The left-hander Tovar sets. The 1-1. Swung on. Slow ground ball to third. And it's bobbled and dropped by the third baseman Mora. All hands safe. It was going to be a tough play. Now, Duplantier represents the tying run at scoring position with nobody out. Mendoza reaches first. And now Rylan Galvan, who homered last inning, comes back to the plate. Rylan, a couple of extra base hits tonight. He's 2 for 4 and a walk. He's driven in 2 runs. He has scored 2 runs. So Galvan at the plate here in the top of the ninth. It was ruled an error on Chase Mora, an E5. Runners at first and second, nobody out. First pitch to Galvan. He'll take a breaking ball for a strike. Nothing in 1 the count. The left-hander, Jesus Tovar. Set at the belt. The 0-1. That's down in the field turf. Nice block by the catcher, Mungia. The count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the top of the ninth. Texas State leading Texas 11-10. Longhorns at the tying run at second base. The go-ahead run at first with nobody out. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Galvan, and he takes a breaking ball off the plate for ball 2, and it's 2-1. No activity in either bullpen. Two balls and 1 strike the count. Here's the stretch from Tovar. A look back to second, the 2-1. And that bends in for a strike. Big breaking ball. And the count is even at 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes the count to Rylan Galvan. Here's the stretch from Jesus Tovar. Runners go. The pitch is up high. They'll throw down to second. It bounces into center field. But the Longhorns can't capitalize. Duplantier called back because the shortstop got on it quickly. Farmer, he kept the tying run from coming in. It's a double steal. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now Duplantier's at third. Mendoza's at second on a double steal. 3-2 is the count to Rylan Galvan. With runners at second and third and nobody out. The 3-2 pitch. And it is fouled off the foot of Galvan at the plate. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Texas has trailed the entire night. They trailed 4-0. They tied it at 4, trailed 9-4, cut it to 9-8, fell behind 11-8, and now within a run at 11-10 with a tying run at third base and the go-ahead run at second with nobody out. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes to Galvan. The 3-2 pitch, and fouled at the plate by Galvan. He'll get another opportunity. So it's 3-2. Galvan, a little walk around the backside of the batter's box. Now back into the box. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled back to the screen by Galvan. Keeping the at-bat alive. Jane Duplantier, the tying run at third base. Ethan Mendoza, the go-ahead run at second. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count to Rylan Galvan. The payoff pitch fouled off as Galvan continues to work the count and keep the at-bat alive against Jesus Tovar. Three balls and 2 strikes to count to Rylan Galvan. The payoff pitch way outside, ball 4, and it'll load the bases with nobody out. Fans seeing it with their hearts instead of their eyes, howling, but that was clearly ball 4. And so now, second walk of the inning from Tovar. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Jalen Flores. Flores has singled, reached on an error, an RBI double with a run scored, struck out swinging, and has walked. What a ball game tonight, huh? Jaden Duplantier represents the tying run at third base. Ethan Mendoza represents the go-ahead run at second. And Rylan Galvan, the runner at first. Bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch is a breaking ball that bends in for a strike to Flores. 0-1 the count to Jalen. No balls and a strike the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Way outside with a fastball. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. As we mentioned, the Longhorns have not led tonight. Trailed 4-0, tied it at 4, trailed 9-4, cut it to 9-8, trailed 11-8. Now it's 11-10. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the 9th. Tovar into the windup in the 1-1. Swung on, yanked foul past third. That's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count to Jalen Flores. One ball and 2 strikes the count to Flores. The windup in the pitch. Swung on and a ball hit well. This one out to deep center, and it is gone! Grand slam home run! Jalen Flores with a grand slam, and the Longhorns have their first lead of the night, 14-11 on Flores' 10th home run of the year. What a colossal shot from Jalen Flores. And the Longhorns on their 12th hit of the night. Plate runs 11, 12, 13, and 14. And Tovar is done without recording it out. He walked Jaden Duplantier to open the inning. Ethan Mendoza reached on an error by the third baseman, Chase Mora. Rylan Galvan walked. And then Jalen Flores, a grand slam home run. What a moment. And the Longhorns have fought all the way back and now hold a 14-11 lead. We have a call to the bullpen. And we will tell you about the new pitcher coming up when Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
Texas softball is heating up. Catch every pitch.
Soaring fly ball center field. Back goes Dill. The warning track to the wall. It's gone. Jolie Mitchell potential for the second game in a row. A round tripper and the Longhorns up 4-1 here in the 7th inning.
As the Horns take on the SEC, search Retro Austin on the free iHeartRadio app and listen to Texas softball all season long. Get ready to cheer on your Round Rock Express right here on 1300 The Zone. From the first pitch to the final out, Round Rock Express baseball only on 1300 The Zone.
The new pitcher is Josh Glazer into the game. He is a right-hander. Glazer, he's a 6'1", 209-pound freshman from Flower Mound High School, Flower Mound, Texas. For Glazer, he is making his 10th appearance, 1-0 record, 4.50 earned run average. 10 innings of work, allowed 14 hits, 8 runs, 5 of those earned. 3 walks, 14 strikeouts. He surrendered 6 extra base hits. Opponents hit .326 against him. He's thrown 1 wild pitch and hit 4 batters. But just to go back through the thing, how about the at-bat? I got down there in time to see the ending of the Duplantier at-bat.
Something else.
Was an outstanding at-bat. And then all of a sudden you see the double steal where you steal third, throw goes into second, and it looks like it's far enough away. Nobody advances. And then a great at-bat by Galvan as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nolan Kane, I thought, did a great job holding Duplantier at third. Didn't want to risk that with nobody out. And now 4 runs have crossed the plate. Jalen Flores, who's quite familiar with the grand slam throughout his career. And here's Will Gasparino at the plate. So here's Josh Glazer. And the first pitch misses for a ball. This is the guy who was the teammate of Adrian Rodriguez at Flower Mound last year. The two were. Gasparino struck out swinging, walked at an RBI single with a run scored in the 5th, walked and scored in the 7th, and walked last inning. Takes a pitch for a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. But excellent plate discipline by those first 4 Longhorn hitters.
No question. And just a great at-bat by Galvan as well. And then
kept fouling off all those pitches. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swing and a miss by Gasparino. It's 1-2. And Flores on 2 strikes.
Got that breaking ball, just sort of hung up top. And it was, when it left the bat, I mean, I was underneath, but you could hear the sound. I knew it was hit well.
1 ball and 2 strikes to count. The 1-2 to Gasparino, and he takes downstairs. Well, and to your point, you said it at the top of the broadcast. Before the night was done, we would see a Texas State starting pitcher, and that was Tovar, the weekend starter, who gave up those 4 runs. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. The 2-2. That's low. The count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, it's that type of night. Quite frankly, get as many as you can get.
Why
right
not?
Here.
Why not?
I mean, we've already played 4 hours and 18 minutes. You might as well finish it.
3 balls and 2 strikes to 3-2. And that's strike 3 called as Gasparino's called out looking. So he goes down for out number 1. Now Kimball Schlassel to the plate. Schlassel has grounded back to the box, flied to right, reached on an error and scored in the 5th. RBI single and scored in the 7th. And then reached on a fielder's choice, was left stranded in the 8th. Well, Tovar lasted 4 batters, allowed 1 hit, the grand slam from Flores. 4 runs, 3 of those earned because of the error by the third baseman, Mora. 2 walks, no strikeouts. He threw 24 pitches. Here's the first pitch to Schlassel, and he'll take it for a strike. Nothing in 1 the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Kimball. Takes outside. So 1 ball and 1 strike the count. The pitch downstairs for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike the count. 2-1 the count. The 2-ball, 1-strike pitch. Fouled at the plate by Schlassel. 2-2 the count. Longhorns trailed 4-0. Tied it at 4. Trailed 9-4. Pulled back to within 9-8. Trailed 11-8. Scored 2 in the top of the 8th to get to 11-10. I think it was important to keep Texas State out off the scoreboard.
In the bottom of the 8th, no question. They 6 unanswered now.
2-2 pitch downstairs. And how about the Longhorns with 3 4-run innings tonight? I asked you the other day when they had 4 2-run innings if you'd ever had a hand in 4 2s. You ever had one with 3 4s?
I can't remember one.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The 3-2 is low, ball 4. Schlassel draws a walk. The inning continues, and what a moment this must be right here. 2 guys who were high school teammates a year ago. It's one thing when we talk about guys, they come back and they might see somebody they know on down the line. But they were both Flower Mound Jaguars a year ago at this time. And now Adrian Rodriguez to face his old high school teammate, Josh Glazer.
Well, I'm sure he's faced him before, but probably never in this kind of circumstances.
So now, getting an opportunity to extend the inning here. Here's the first pitch. He swings here, hits a grounder to second, however. Backhand flip to second for 1. Relay to first, not in time. Rodriguez beats it out. So they're 2 down. 4-6 on the fielder's choice.
Well, that's nice hustle. I mean, you can be a player that hits a ball, and you go, oh, that's a double play ball, or you can hustle. And that's exactly what A-Rod did. He hustled down the line and just kept the inning going, because you never know if you got enough. Get as many as you can get.
Absolutely, because it's, quote-unquote, only a 3-run lead right now. With 2 down, Kei Morimoto at the plate. He already has a career-high 5 RBIs tonight with a 2-run single and a 3-run homer. Throw over to first. Rodriguez is back. It'll be the 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for Texas State in the bottom of the 9th. The right-hander, Glazer ready. The pitch. Misses 4-1. We talked about Longhorn pitching in the free passes tonight. How about 13 walks issued by Texas State?
Can't win. I mean, both teams. That's why we have a 14-11 game.
Yeah, 13 walks issued by Texas State. 8 walks and 3 hit batters for Texas. So 11 free passes the Longhorn pitching has allowed. 13 that the Texas State. Sounds like a Tuesday night game, doesn't it?
It does.
A ball and no strikes the count to Mora. The stretch. Here's the pitch. And that one misses outside. 2-0 the count as Glazer misses with the breaking ball. Two and nothing the count to Kei Morimoto. The stretch, Glazer's pitch. Down and in for ball 3, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Another train rolling past, southeast to northwest. Tracks nearby, separating the parking lots for football. Crossing through campus. 3-0 pitch, and Morimoto takes all the way and takes ball 4. 14th walk issued by Texas State pitching. Rodriguez to second. Morimoto to first. Tommy Farmer to the plate. So for Glazer, second walk he's issued. Farmer is grounded to short, walked, lined out to left, walked, and flied out to left. The pitch. And he takes that for a strike. So the 9th man to bat this inning is Tommy Farmer. Jaden Duplantier got it started with it. Hard-working walk. And a stolen base and scored the first of the 4 runs on the grand slam. He got 1. Swings and pops it foul. back out of play. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. Nothing in 2 the count to Farmer. Glazer, the right-hander, out of the stretch. A look back to second. The 0-2. Bounces down to the field turf for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Longhorns trying for their 16th come-from-behind win of the season.
Well, this has really come from behind.
No doubt. A 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Farmer. Checks his swing. It's down and away. They appealed. He didn't go. And the count is even at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the stretch from the right-hander Glazer. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Farmer strikes out, and that will retire the Longhorns in the top of the 9th, but Texas sends all 9 to the plate, and they score 4 runs on 1 big hit. The grand slam from Jalen Flores. There was an error and 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the 9th. The Longhorns 3 outs away from getting the win. They now lead Texas State 14-11, and Longhorn baseball continues in a moment.
I'm here with Dan Christensen of DJC Law, Austin's largest veteran-owned personal injury law firm.
Hey, Craig, you're the best, but I got to tell you, you talk a lot.
Well, you know, it's kind of my job.
That's right. And when you do one thing for as long as you have, you get pretty good at it.
Now I feel like you're calling me old.
Just experienced.
Yeah, just like the team at DJC Law. They have over 200 years combined experience and 500 trials.
Don't forget, a 99% win rate.
That's a winning team. If you've been injured, call DJC Law, 512-888-9999, and get your justice. TeamJustice.com.
Principal Office, Austin, Texas.
You hear that? That's the sound of forever, because there's nowhere else you'd rather spend forever than on land like this, tending a herd, growing crops, raising a family. At Capital Farm Credit, we thrive at helping the next generation of farmers and ranchers like yourself by providing advice, products, and opportunities to help you build a life on the land you love most. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com. Capital Farm Credit. Together,
This time is Thomas Burns. He is the 6'3", 230-pound sophomore. Arizona State transfer from Hartonville, Wisconsin. And on the year for Thomas, he's making his 10th appearance, all in relief. He has earned 2 saves, 0-1 record, 2.84 earned run average, 12 and 2/3 innings of work, allowed 10 hits, 6 runs, 4 of those earned. He's walked 6 while striking out 15, surrendered 2 homers. Opponents hit 222 against him, and he comes on here 3 outs away from a come-from-behind victory against the Texas State Bobcats.
And he'll be trying to save this one for Cody Howard, as Howard was able to work a scoreless bottom of the 8th, allowed 1 hit, no runs with a walk, 2 strikeouts through 30 pitches, in line for the win if Burns can close it out. So, Zachary Gingrich at the plate to start it off here in the bottom of the 9th. Burns ready to go. And the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Ball and no strikes the count. Burns sets himself. Here's the 1-0. That's a strike on the inside corner with a fastball. The count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count. Burns ready. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. And that's outside for ball 2 and 2-1. 2 balls and a strike the count to Zachary Gingrich. Out of the stretch, Burns delivers the 2-1. And this is hit on the ground foul pass first. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Texas did not score in its first 4 innings. Texas State scored 1 on a solo homer in the first, 1 on a solo homer in the second, didn't score in the third, scored 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 4 in the sixth, 2 in the seventh. They haven't scored since. The Longhorns had 4 in the fifth, 4 in the seventh, 2 in the eighth, and 4 in the ninth, and lead at 14-11. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch to Gingrich. Swing and a miss, struck him out. And so Burns picks up the strikeout. That is out number 1 here in the bottom of the ninth. Dawson Park to the plate. Park, who's played both second base and pitcher tonight, has popped to first, been hit by a pitch, reached on a fielder's choice when he tried to bump the runners over to sacrifice. It forced the runner at third, but he wound up scoring anyway in the inning. And then reached on a fielder's choice and was out at the plate when the Longhorns in the seventh got 2 runners out trying to come to the plate. First pitch misses upstairs for a ball. And the Bobcats still scored 2 runs in that inning. But Caden Baker, a pinch hitter who was on third, tried to come home. That was on a sharply struck ground ball to short. And then Dawson Park trying to score on what looked like it was going to be a wild pitch. The 1-0. That's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, after the game, we invite you to stay with us for the post-game show. Keith will be down on the field with head coach Jim Schlassel. We'll look to visit with Jalen Flores as well if this lead holds up. Highlights, stats, scores from around the SEC, and more. It's all coming up on the postgame. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Dawson Park. He takes a fastball for strike 2, 97 on that heater from Thomas Burns. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Dawson Park. A stretch from Burns and the 1-2. Strike 3 called. Came back with an excellent breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts from Burns, and they're 2 down here in the ninth. Alan Shibley is the final hope for Texas State. Shibley has walked, popped to third, flied to right, and walked. So Shibley at the plate, 2 down. The Longhorns 1 out away from getting the win here. Here's the stretch from Burns. The first pitch misses upstairs for a ball. A reminder, we'll be on the air 6:45 Friday evening. The first pitch is at 7 o'clock for the series opener between the Longhorns and the Texas A&M Aggies. Friday night at UFC Dish Falk Field. You can hear it right here on 103.1 FM. The 1-0. That's a strike on the inside corner. Of course, you find it on all the app places as well. Texas Longhorns app, LHN app, online at TexasLonghorns.com. Connect to it through the iHeartRadio app. It's all there for you on Friday night. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Alan Shibley. And it's outside. It's 2 balls and a strike to Shibley. Texas on the verge of making it 6 in a row here in San Marcos over Texas State. Bobcats have won 4 in a row in Austin. The 2 ball, 1 strike pitch to Alan Shibley from Thomas Burns. Fastball popped high. We'll see if it stays in play. Chasing over toward third as Casey Borba can't reach it. Out of play. But now the Longhorns are a strike away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. It's Alan Shibley. So 2-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Burns looks in, set at the belt. The 2-2 pitch to Alan Shibley from Thomas Burns. Strike 3 called, got him looking, and the ball game is over. What a night for Texas. What a comeback. Down 9-4, trailing throughout the vast majority of the game. The Longhorns find a way. They rally back and beat the Texas State Bobcats. For the first and only time tonight, the Bobcats